everyone. Buenos dias, YouTube. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Thank you for joining me on this morning live. Grab your cafecito and settle in. We will be starting soon in about a minute. We will be covering Laguerita70 family history of colonization, starting from the Mormon settlers, dating all the way back to the Mormon Battalion. So get your coffee. I'll be right with you. I am getting some receipts ready. As always, I'm going to be pinning in our chat the link to become a member to get exclusive access to behind the scenes footage, receipts, as well as the tip page for anybody that wants to get us started out soon. Thank you so much for supporting my live streams, and I'll be right with you. Good morning, besties. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Who is ready for class? Thank you to all of you that showed up early today. We are going to be picking up where we left off on yesterday. For those of you that missed yesterday's live, we'll do a quick recap on the whiteboard for you guys. I do have a different placement of our whiteboard because I'm going to be printing and printing and putting up new receipts and exhibits. Disclosure, this live is going to be very interactive. This is where we're going to piece together the back of the whiteboard. I always feel a little bit pressured, like I don't know if you guys enjoy this part, but I do think it's cool to do it together, instead of me doing it all and then just showing up and presenting, especially because we find new things along the way. So this morning I spent some time studying a Facebook group that gives all of Candace's lineage, and this was actually not a part of my plan, but it was inspired by a recent comment that she made. Sorry, not this one. It was inspired by a recent reply that she made in regards to her being Catholic, which I interpret this as her way to continue trying to procreate and just be one of us, right? So, oh,
At Roberto sent $2 cheese Maybachs. I love the Carlos series amount. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Of the Carlos series. Oh, the Ortiz files. Yes. Thank you so much, Roberto, for starting us off bright and early with our first tip of $2. Okay, so today's episode is actually inspired by La Guarita's recent reply in one of her recent videos, where somebody asked her, how can you be a madrina if you are LDS? Through our history, we were able to determine that her parents are LDS, and she actually has quite a long lineage of it, but she never talks about it, right? So in her reply, sorry, where did it go? BRB. super chat image. Okay. Somebody asked her, how can you be a madrina if you are LDS? And she says, I'm not LDS, I'm Catholic. The user asks her, baptized and confirmed in First Communion and Catholic? And she says, yes. Which that to me is a little bit shocking. Because, bitch, when the fuck did you do all that? We're going to talk about that. I don't know if she is or isn't Catholic, but I believe I think the correct answer to this question would be, yes, I'm Catholic, but I was LDS, because I know for a fact she was baptized LDS. And I think this is a part of her trying to not acknowledge her history, her descendants. I'll do $5 for this series since I like it.
$5 cheese Maybucks. It'll be $5 for this series since I like it too low.
Thank you so much, Roberto. So part of what I've uncovered with Candace through this series is that she refuses to acknowledge her history, her privilege. And part of her history involves a lot of colonization that I'm seeing repeated in what she's doing here in Natsisintla. Okay, so we're going to take her lineage all the way back. And when I mean all the way back, I mean all the way back to her great, like I'm talking all the way back, okay? So this live, like I said, it's going to be very interactive. Hopefully you guys don't get bored, but we're going to put the whiteboard together. Also, let me fix my camera. And apologies for my, sometimes I have technical difficulties. Okay, like right now I'm trying to resize my camera and it's not resizing. What is happening? Okay, I'm gonna have to re-add myself, okay? Please hold. I'll be right back. Okay, I gotta re-add my image because it didn't cam me. Good morning, besties. Have you gotten your cafecito ready? I feel a lot of pressure. I feel like I'm presenting, okay? I feel like I'm presenting every time I'm doing this, and I feel like I gotta have everything on deck. I'm at camera. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Where's my banner? Lower banner. Okay, so I just gave you guys a quick intro of what we're doing today, okay? I know it looks kind of dark because the whiteboard is covering my entire window. I have a little bit of a different placement today because I'm going to be printing, moving, and I need to be able to have mobility. Okay, so let me check in with you guys really quick. She is also a descendant of Brigham Young. Her family are direct descendants of the first Mormon settlers in Utah. They're part of Brigham Young is actually the founder of the Mormon Church, I believe, or a big part of it. Don't quote me because I'm not that far up to date, but I can tell you that Brigham Young was like a big part of the colonization of Utah. Okay, so her refusal to acknowledge her history, right? And I think that's what she did here. When somebody recently asked her, "Aren't you LDS?" She's like, "I'm not LDS. I'm Catholic." Why not acknowledge that you are you were LDS at one point? I don't believe she is. She says she's done her communion and her all this shit. I don't think she's done it. Okay, I don't know. We'll talk about that later on once we piece together the whiteboard and you can see how far back her lineage goes into the LDS religion. For her to imply that she was baptized, I'm going to tell you, she was not baptized as a child. As a child, she was baptized as a Mormon, the same way the rest of her family was. Okay, she does have she's a descendant of Brigham Young and Joseph Smith. And if you don't know who Joseph Smith is, go do a quick Google. If you don't know who Brigham Young is, go do a quick Google. When I tell you their roots run fucking deep. Her ancestors fought in the Mormon Battalion. Her ancestors were soldiers in the Mexican-American War, which we call Mexican-American Invasion. They were part of the first colonies in Utah, which we know that the original settlers were actually not the original ones. They're the ones that killed off the natives and took over their lands, okay? And she actually grew up on a farm. Her family owned this big farm that I'm going to show you. And once we're done, you're going to be able to see that she's actually recreating what her family did in Utah in Natsisintla, down to the farm. It's crazy. It is so crazy. So welcome to class, besties. Again, I'm going to let you know right now that this class and session is going to be very interactive. Look, okay? Private Calvin White Moore from the Mormon Battalion Okay, this is her family. So for her to say that she is Catholic without acknowledging her deep roots into the LDS community is crazy considering where her family comes from. Okay, here you go, TikTok. So we are live on YouTube where you're gonna get a much better view of the whiteboard and everything that we're putting together. So join us over there. For those of you joining, thank you. Welcome to support my live streams. I've pinned the tip line in the chat along with my Venmo if you want to sponsor coffee, chisme. A huge shout out to my bestie that Venmoed me $25 this morning, and she said for whatever you want, sponsoring coffee, chisme, and all of the above. So first things first, I've just given you guys a pretty good intro of what we're going to be doing today. Can I order my coffee real quick? Can I order my coffee? I got everything done. I know we're a little bit late to class, but I wanted to get everything done this morning so I could sit down, and we might be doing another 4 to 5 hour session. I don't know how long today's going to take, okay? But I got all my quehaceres done. I cooked lunch. I did my laundry. I took my doggies. I went to the gym. I took my car to the shop. I got time now, okay? I'm getting the hang of when I sit down to do these lives, don't interrupt me, okay? I'm going to be here for a long time, especially when we're doing... Especially when we are doing class in session. Okay, so do you guys like the placement of the whiteboard here, or would you like me to move it right behind me? I'm going to let you guys choose where you think you will get a better view of the whiteboard. And I'll adjust the camera. So it's, you know. So I'm going to be very much over there when I'm putting things up there. Like I'll be over there, but it's just out of my way in the back. So yeah, I'm prepared. In order for a couple to be padrinos, I have to marry through the Catholic Church. Well, I can tell you that she's not married to the Catholic Church. Okay, first things first is coffee. Do you want macchiato, Annie? Do you want refresher, Annie? I think there. I like how you have two different views. We have two different cameras working, yes. So I flip over to the whiteboard when I'm presenting and stuff. I'm working with limited space. My office is not big enough for this shit, but we're making it work. It's definitely more room over there. It gives me walk-in space. I can reach my printer, and we're going to be printing. Okay, the next thing we need a new printer. Okay, my printer I'm so disappointed in my printer. It's making me look so bad. It was rechinando yesterday and everything, and it's printing terrible quality pictures, okay? Look, Private Calhoun, or whatever the fuck his name is, this is the best I got today, okay? So we do need a new printer. If you'd like to sign in for the printer fund for our exhibits, feel free to drop a Venmo, tip, or super chat, because I can't. I'm done with this printer. Okay, so let me order coffee. Macchiato or macchiato? Okay, I know it. But we're gonna do decaf. Yeah? Even the decaf I had yesterday, like, sí lo sentí. So I'm trying to cut back on my caffeine intake. Not on my Starbucks consumption intake. Private Calvin. That's what it says. Private Calvin White Moore from the Mormon Battalion. Okay? Like, her family fought in the Mormon Battalion, and she's gonna tell us she's Catholic? Like, okay, maybe you converted, fine. But I just think it's misleading to not acknowledge that she was LDS. She was born into a very LDS family. Very LDS family. This is her great grand uncle or some shit. I'll go down the lineage in a minute, but yeah. So I love your IG post saying my daily code. It's misleading, right? Tell me this isn't misleading. Where did it go? Where's my receipt? I don't feel as organized. What is this? Super chats image. Okay. Right. Tell me this is not misleading right here. And this, mind you, this was just yesterday. When someone asking, how can you be Madrina if you're LDS? And obviously they know she's LDS probably from my series. I do find it interesting that she's trying to clear up some... She is responding to this series indirectly when she responds to these specific comments. And there's a reason why she only responds to specific comments. One thing we've noticed about her history and her pattern is that she responds to things that she doesn't want uncovered. For example, that Fidel was the kid's biological dad. For example, that Fidel didn't have a criminal record. For example, for example, that her house is not the biggest one on the block. Right? So I believe when she responds to these things, it's because she's covering up with lies. I don't believe she's actually baptized, confirmed, and first communion. Because when the fuck? You're going to tell me you did a first communion as an adult? Shut the fuck up, Candace, no, you didn't. You haven't had time to do all that. Because I know for a fact she wasn't on steady terms. She makes it seem like she was with Fidel since 2007 and at some point converted. She did not convert in Utah. We know she didn't because she wasn't stably with Fidel until she came to Mexico. Okay, so she was with fucking Ferguson. I know he was LDS. She was with Ortiz. He may have been Catholic. But I know for a fact she did not convert in Utah. Okay? So maybe in the last 10 years, she converted in Mexico? Possibly. But why not document it? She documents all the baptisms. Why haven't we seen anything about her communion? None of that shit. I believe this is just her way to continue trying to appropriate our culture like she's one of us. And she's not. I'm sorry. She's not. She's a Brigham Young descendant. Okay? She's one of the Joseph Smiths. Sorry. She would have made a whole video. Something. So I think this is a lie. Okay? So I'm at least going to show you that she has a deep LDS lineage that I know she was a part of, at least until she ran away from home at 18 and married Ferguson. And that's what we're going to cover today, her entire family tree. I wasn't planning on doing this until I saw this, until somebody emailed me this comment, and I was like, oh, I just find it very interesting how she doesn't acknowledge that she was LDS. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with saying I was LDS, but I converted. In fact, my family once upon a time was Catholic and they converted to LDS and they live in Utah. I'm the only one that resisted. Me and one other sister said, no, thank you, not our thing. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with converting religion. I just think it's very interesting that she refuses to acknowledge her history, her privilege, and her history has deep roots to far right-wing and conservative values. Her history includes colonization of Utah. Her history includes the Mormon Battalion. Okay, this is how Mormon her family is. Her history includes direct descendants of Joseph Smith. Y'all know who the fuck Joseph Smith is? That motherfucker's like the top of the Mormon church. And you're gonna tell me her parents didn't baptize her Mormon? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Also, my glasses are kind of blurry. My glasses are dirty. Sorry. Can I grab a quick wipey? 2 seconds. Sorry, y'all. TikTok always gets mad when I run off camera for too long. I'm back, TikTok. I'm back. Sorry. All right. I'm going to wait for my coffee before I get started. Move it to the other side of the screenshot behind the comments. What? Oh, the image? And I'm going to periodically show you guys some of the things that I'm posting on the whiteboard. Okay? Damn, I'm blind as hell. Okay. Did you guys catch up on yesterday's live? Also, I just felt like, you guys know I haven't been posting this entire series replay on TikTok. I really haven't, okay? But I just felt like the whiteboard presentation deserved a fucking replay. And in fact, I'm not done. I'm not done. And people are so mad. So mad. The Candy Cole is mad about the whiteboard. Why hide it? I'm not hiding it at all. But I feel like it's became a YouTube exclusive. And people on TikTok aren't following the whole series. So every now and then, like, I'll repost replays of things that I think are relevant. And I just felt like, nah, we gotta show them the fucking whiteboard.
At Exobelix60 sent $4.99 cheese Maybachs. I sent a card for the printer. Check out.
Thank
I'm
you.
not always here, but I did it for the rest of you all. I love the chat. Ha 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 ha.
Thank you so much, Belle. Shout out to Belle sponsoring us for a new printer. Let me look. Printer Fund, she sent $50. Thank you so much, Belle. Maribel. Delia also sent $10 for the printer fund. No more Regina printers. Belinda sent in $15 for the printer fund, I believe. Thank you so much. Oh, this is a consultation email. Sorry, I'll get back to that one. Right now we're in class. Thank you so much. 50, 60. We have about $75 for a printer fund. So at some point this week, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to go do some shopping in the morning. We'll head over to Office Depot and we will find a new printer and I'll reprint all the images and replace them. Okay, but today we're going to be working with what we have, which is a black and white. By tomorrow, eventually, when the whiteboard's all done, I'll do another live where I just give my presentation, and by then we'll have color better images. Okay, thank you so much to everybody sponsoring the printer. Oh my gosh, Xander, hey, just want to let you know I've been in the spreadsheet with information that you've been putting on the board. I also put a column to designate how the info was verified. Can I show this? Oh my gosh, where are you doing this? Xander, shout out. I need to find a way to start like sponsoring some mod coffees because this is amazing. Hold on, let me show you guys what Bestie just came up with. This is good shit. This is so helpful. Okay, image. Look at this. Okay, she put, based on her whiteboard, she did a timeline. I wish I could send this to you guys somehow. Can I? Okay. So look, I'm going to go through it really quickly with you. This is actually amazing. I'm getting kind of jealous. Yo, Candace, I want one of these. Can somebody... We got to do one of these on me, okay? This is too good. This is too good. This is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you, Belinda.
And Belinda Garcia 61 sent $10 cheese Maybucks.
Screenshot it, you guys.
And all the besties.
So, you besties, screenshot this so you can follow along with me because I'm going to take it down in a minute. Probably post a picture on YouTube. Okay. Do you guys want it on YouTube? Okay, yeah. Let me post it publicly on my wall for those of you that want to see it and so you can follow along. This is like amazing. I'm actually going to print this because this would help me with the damn timeline when this is gonna be my cliff notes when I'm giving my presentation. Candace, I'm getting jealous, bitch. I want a group project on my story like this.
And Sabrina Thomazian 5397 sent $1.99 cheese Maybucks. Bestie, have you had lunch yet? Sad face emoji.
Oh, thank you so much for checking in on me, Sabrina. I'm gonna be honest. I have struggled with balancing my time management lately. I did go to the gym today. I did order McDonald's burrito, so I had breakfast. But within an hour or so, remind me to order some lunch or just go down to my kitchen and grab something. Because yesterday, when I get into these 5-hour lives, it's kind of like when kids play video games and they just forget to check out. Yeah, the bottom is cut off, but I posted it on my wall. So I posted it on my wall, so you guys can take a screenshot of it. It's on my wall. Should I change it? It's public though. Okay, it's on my wall if you guys want to go and take a screenshot of it. But yes, my YouTube wall. It's public for everybody. You can go take a screenshot. We had a bestie that did amazing work and put together this timeline for us. She's also the one that created the spreadsheet for us. So amazing organization. Thank you so much. I'm going to print this. I'm actually going to print this with my shitty ass printer, but I'm going to print it because this is actually really good cliff notes for eventually when I get up there. So eventually once the whiteboard is put together, I'm going to give a real presentation with everything. Okay? So thank you so much to Xander. Let's go through it briefly at the timeline, okay? So do you guys want to see it in the green screen? TikTok, let me airdrop it to my TikTok real quick and just so they can follow along. I think this is a really good recap for everybody. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to pause. You get to start. The dad's death date needs to be updated. Oh, we actually haven't even gotten to the RIP yet. Hold on 2 seconds. Sorry, I'm trying to get it up on TikTok so they can kind of follow along. I nominate Xander for Student of the Month, color coded and everything. Yes, it's very, very impressive. Hopefully, if you can help me once we're done with the lineage the family lineage, that would be super cool too. If you have time for that, that would be super helpful. Okay, save image. All right, TikTok, I'm coming. Let me effects. Okay. This is a timeline of events that our bestie put together, and I'm gonna briefly go through it because I think it's a good recap before we get into the family lineage. Because today we're actually gonna go farther back than this. Okay, so the timeline begins on.
Grab some dinner after class. Heart hands emoji.
Oh,
Heart soup
Tina,
emoji.
thank you so much. Hey, that $75 tip should have been. Oh, you know what? I haven't done a special alert for the tips for those amounts. Tina, thank you so much. You're always unlocking new levels that I realize I need to update because a $75 tip is crazy and definitely needs like a whole song. Okay. Alerts, tips, high amounts. Thank you, Tina. Oh, yes, I'll get some lunch later. Okay. Xander, let us follow you. Xander, reveal. Okay, so timeline of events, really quick. So Brian Ferguson's born in 1975. Fidel is born 5 years later in 1980. Carlos is born 5 years later in 1985. 2 years later, Candace's parents are married. And then 2 years later, Candace is born. Hey, that's kind of trippy. I don't know. Can we talk about that really quick? I'm going to blow this up, okay? So Brian Ferguson is born. The whole story starts with Brian. Well, no, just this timeline. Let me take that back, okay? So in 1975, Brian's born. Fidel is born. Carlos is born. Candace's parents are married after her three amigos are born. I don't even know what to call them. Then Candace was born in 1988, okay? Her parents are divorced. Her mother files for divorce in November of 2002. The divorce is finalized in February of 2003. Oh, bestie, you forgot the court case in the family changes. Oh, Candace's father? No, Candace's father does not die in 2004, bestie. This is wrong. So scratch this. Candace's father did not die in 2004. So we're going to just skip past that, okay? So February 2003, the divorce is finalized. In January of 2005, Brian divorces his first wife. And in March 2006, I need to remove that timeline because it has a fucked up date. I don't want people to have the wrong date of when Candace's father died. So yeah, her father did not die in 2004. Anyway, in March 2006, her father attempts to keep Candace from Brian Ferguson through court proceedings. Major turning point, 2007. Right over here. Oh, we also have a branch of Fidel's timeline. He came to the U.S. in 97. We have not been able to confirm that Fidel was arrested in 1999, bestie. So let's take that one out. Candace is the one that's mentioned he was deported in 1999, but I found nothing on that. Major turning point in 2007, record of Fidel's alias. Candace graduates high school. Candace marries Ferguson. Candace separates from Ferguson. Candace meets Fidel. This is also wrong. We said this is going to be 2008, not 7. And we need to include when she meets Carlos. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, bestie, you did a great job, but we do need to update. Some of these dates are a little off. So, let's work together on that. It's got good foundation, but there are some incorrect dates, and I don't wanna have incorrect dates on this timeline. So let me take it off. Let me take it off. There. We should name them the Two Musketeers. He died in 2024. Okay, yeah, I haven't even gotten there yet in our timeline. So what we're gonna do today is we're going to go through Candace's lineage that we have found through a public Facebook group, which I've just shared the link with you guys. Okay, so if you want to follow along or maybe start digging in there, I'm gonna remove it from my wall just because it has a few dates that are not entirely correct, and I don't want to spread misinformation and confuse people, because one thing I have prided myself in is fact checking. So Bessie, you did amazing. We just need to update some of the dates on there so that we have them down packed. And maybe I'll go through, maybe I'll update it later. Classes in session. Yes. Good morning, Art.
And Art Berber 13 sent $1.99 cheese Maybox. Classes in session lol.
Good morning. Okay, so now what we're actually going to do is we're going to work on the whiteboard. Okay. So let me me over here. Hold on. Let me make myself teeny tiny in case y'all were wanting to see. Well, I'll just be over here. Okay. Oh my God, are these for sale? Okay, so really quick, I'll do my best to keep TikTok. I'm gonna do my best to keep you in the loop by switching my camera around, but for the best results, go to YouTube. Okay, so this is what we've put together so far. Okay, family life starts here, and then rosters over here. But in today's session, we're gonna go farther back before her family life. So before Candace, there were Mormon settlers. Okay. To do that, we're going to go ahead and flip the whiteboard. Do you guys see why I had to put it over here today? Flippy, flippy, flippy. All right, and we have a fresh canvas. Can you guys see okay? All right, my daughter's friend came over yesterday and she wrote on my whiteboard. She asked me to give her a shout out. She said, please give me a shout out. I'm your biggest fan. Love, Diane. Okay, so I got to post this on my Insta for her before I erase it. To my baby bestie. Okay, you can check out my... She's so cute. Okay. Great. Now we have a clean canvas. Okay, can you guys see okay? I'm concerned you can't see very well. Is that good? YouTube, let me know. Okay. Let me know how we're doing. Okay, so.
At Norway SC9W sent $9.99 cheese Maybucks.
Thank you.
Don't forget to buy the ink for the printer.
Oh, hopefully we'll buy a laser printer that doesn't need ink. You see how I just flipped this around? That's what Candace was hoping to do when she moved to Mexico. Borrón y cuenta nueva is what she was trying to do. Okay? Sorry, Diane, I gotta erase your little love note here. It's super cute. So we're gonna do. Can you guys see me okay? Yes, okay. I'll put some lights. Okay. History of colonization. Okay. I am going to be printing all right, so some of you may have already found the Facebook group. There is a public Facebook group that preview. What's the name? Zelda and Dranon Seeley. Okay, so the family tree starts with Zelda and Brennan Seeley. These are Candace's like great grandparents. We'll figure out exactly who they are.
Art Berber 13 sent $9.99 cheese Maybox.
Art, thank you so much.
Enjoy un refresco on mi lol.
Oh, thank you. It's on the way. It's on the way. Cause yes, it's gonna be. I'm letting you guys know now. It's gonna be a long day in class. Okay. Please make sure you're taking notes because there will be a pop quiz at the end of the class. Okay. So shit. Where's my link again? Candace, let me ensure it is. Okay. So the Facebook group is Dranon and Seeley. Oh, sorry. It's spelled with a Z. Sorry, Candace. Let me not fuck up because we know how important that shit is to white people. You spelled my name wrong. Okay. with the Z. Okay, once upon a time, there was Sealy Farm. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys some visuals. I'm also surprised they haven't privated the Facebook group. Some of you guys might already be in there. Okay, so let me give you guys image, browse. While I'm over there, I want to give you guys some visuals. Oh, maybe not. Zealy Farm, Zealy Farm, Zealy Farm. Page 12 of 12. Sorry guys, I'm printing simultaneously. I thought about doing this before I got on live, but to make it organic, I just want to put it together with you guys watching. Okay? Don't join the group. Don't join the group, okay? If you're gonna go check out the group, do not join it. Do not message these people. Just look and don't fucking touch. Okay? Y'all be fucking up the receipts sometimes. There was one of you that reached out to some college and sent me an email asking me for help. Please do not do the research unless we're doing it together. Okay, so their farm was called Zealy Farm with the S. Okay, this is from the newspaper, because remember, this family loved the newspaper. Okay, it was called Draining Zealy Huntington Farm. Draining, I believe, was a brother or something of Brandon. I haven't quite figured it out. We're gonna figure it out together how it really ties in. So, based off of Candace's birth announcement, which we posted yesterday. What are her parents' names again? Hold on, I gotta cheat. Okay. I'm gonna borrow Candace's birth announcement. Okay, so we have Janet Lee Bass is Candace's mom, and Zelda is Janet Lee Bass's mom. So these are Candace's grandparents, right? Did I do that right? No. Hold on. Dixie Bass comes first. Okay, Dixie Bass is Candace's mom's mom. Janet Lee Bass. Okay, so it goes like this. Zelda is the wife of Brennan Zealy, who owns Zealy Farm. Okay? Zelda's daughter is named Dixie Bass. Dixie Bass has a daughter named Janet Lee Bass. And Janet Lee has a daughter named Candace Smith. Okay? Are you with me? Are you with me? So, what would that make Zelda to Candace Smith? Chat. What's her mom? Her great grandma? Her great Mima? Bass and Daryl Smith. Okay, chat. Let's take a pause really quick. Wait, where am I? Oh, right here. Great grandma. Okay, so we've established that Zelda is Candace's great Mima. Okay. This is, wait, mom, grandma. It's only great grandma, right? One great grandma. It's great grandma. But don't worry, I found her great grandma too. We're gonna need to leave a space up here. Great grandma. This is just grandma. And this is mama. And there's Candace. Okay? Are you following me? Okay, I'm gonna show you some exhibits of these peoples. Because I'm not gonna be able to paste everything up there. Okay? Receipts for the board. Okay. Here you will find, oops. TikTok, are you with me? Are you with me? Da-na-na-na-na, you gone. Okay. This is the farm. This here is Huntington, Emery County, the harvest plants. Okay, so remember that the family, it must be like a part of the town thing where they posted everything in the newspaper clippings, right? So this Facebook group contains a lot of posts about the family. So this is what I've cut out and put up there for the family farm. They used to sell peaches, pears, prunes. They were farmers, right? They cropped tomatoes. This is a newspaper post from, just showing Earl Seeley. So Earl, I'm just guessing, was a brother. So the Seeley farm, the Seeley family owns the farm, right? Seeley family. Zelda, which is Candace's great grandma, marries into the Seeley family, right? She marries into the Seeley family, and then eventually Candace is born. So they married into this farm through the mom. Here's another picture. What is this? Oh, this is the older one. Okay. Over here. Oh, that's going a little too far. Now, how did we link this Facebook group to Candace? I'm going to show you. Okay, there is a post on this group where Dixie Bass, which is Candace's grandma, is tagged, and so is Janet Bass Henry. An old clip of a Chris. My coffee's here. My coffee's here. Please hold. Sorry, y'all. Quick coffee break, and let us regroup from. Okay, let me take camera 2 out. Let me make me bigger. Okay. Are you with me? Okay, image out. Receipts over here for now. Okay, quick break. Let me regroup. Let me check in with the printer money. Thank you, Connie.
Connie Garcia, 1974, sent $1.99 cheese Maybox. Printing money.
Okay, Candace, let me check in with the comments. Let's regroup what we've covered so far while I just take a look, while I let the caffeine kick in, okay? Are you guys bored so far? Sorry, I feel really under pressure to engage with you guys and explain at the same time. But I am piecing this together with you guys. I could have done this before I jumped on live, but I think part of the interactive experience is uncovering it together, okay? So, Candace grew up on a farm. Her family owned the Seeley farm, which I believe Brennan is a brother that worked the farm, right? And then eventually he marries Zelda, which is Candace's great grandma. So Candace's grandma she married into the family wealth, right? Candace always talks about growing up. So yeah, so I love Rebecca too. Oh, thank you. So, but not to get too far ahead, but can you kind of see, with a little bit of background that you have at this point, she's recreating that family farm, and that's Simba. So right now, I'm just laying down the groundwork for her immediate family, but we're gonna go all the way back to her ancestors and to Private Calvin White Moore. Granny was smart. Granny secured the bag. Granny secured the farm. Absolutely. My mom, I would beat my butt if dinner was any deep when her family was definitely recreating her forefathers. Yes, and I think some of it, just to give her some grace, some of it might even be subconscious. You know, like, is she aware of what she's doing? That she's literally following in her colonizing grandparents' footprints? Who knows?
At Belinda Garcia 6110 cent $2 cheese Maybox. She's going into the family business of colonizing.
Okay. So shall we continue? So what I was trying to show you guys first and foremost is I'm a fan of fact checking and making sure that we can tie this back to Candace, right? So this clip on the Facebook group, which you guys can browse hopefully before they private it if they do, which is why I said don't join the group. There's no need to join the group. Everything's public and you guys just risk it being turned private, which I already have all the screenshots, but I just don't think there's a necessity to join the group. Okay, just browse quietly if you want to follow along. So anyway, this is a family video clip where Candace's grandma and Candace's mom is tagged, Janet Bass Henry. Right, so I went to Janet Bass Henry, and this is Candace's mom. Her cover photo is a picture of with Candace's son. So this is very much Candace's mom. She's a member of the group, and she's tagged in this post where I believe she's one of the children there. And so is Candace's grandma, Dixie Bass. So that is how we can confirm that the group belongs to this family, and this group is a public group that shares Candace's family history, ancestors, all of that. Okay. Honey, are you streaming? You should stream. You got the talent. Yes, I'm in my streamer era. Thank you, bestie. Okay, so that's the first thing that I wanted to show you guys. And again, I'm not going to be pasting all of this to the whiteboard, but I want you guys to be able to see it so you guys can kind of understand as I'm writing names up there. Okay, so that's how we confirm that the group, in fact, belongs to her. Okay, the next thing I uncovered is we're going to go through some of these receipts first, and then we'll go back to the whiteboard, okay? This group contains a lot of posts of their family's history. A lot of her family were veterans. A lot of her ancestors fought in different types of wars. This one was interesting to me, and I took a picture for you guys, okay? Here's a little story for Veterans Day about one of our ancestors in Revolutionary War times. Okay. Josiah Haynes was born June 4th, 1969 in Sudbury, Massachusetts, Bay Colony, colonial America. He was a descendant of one of the original settlers of Sudbury. Why is that important? This shows you that this family is descendants of the original settlers. What are original settlers, chat? You know who else is an original settler, Natsasimtla? Candace. She's the first. She's the first in Natsasimtla with that big ass house. Candace could be defined as an original settler in Natsasimtla. Okay, the first to settle on that land. Okay, so her family, her lineage ties back to the original settlers in America. Colonization. They're colonizers. Okay, and let me just say, Candace has no control of that. You have no control what you're born into. My problem with her is her misleading and refusing to acknowledge as part of her history. where she presents herself as a Catholic. I want to show you how deep their roots go into the LDS religion. She was LDS. She wants to present herself as one of us now, right? She lives in Mexico. She represents deportation. She's Catholic, blah, 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 blah. That is her trying to culturally appropriate everything about her story, including religion. But her real religion and her real roots are colonizer roots within the LDS community. Okay? And yes, there is a history here of multiple wives as well. There is polygamy in her family. Just let me get there, but it's there. Okay. So he was a descendant of one of the original settlers of Sudbury. He was a farmer, a deacon of the church, mind you. Okay. Her ancestors had high positions in the Mormon church. I tell you that so you can understand why it's such a slap in the face for her to say that she's a Catholic without acknowledging that she was previously LDS. Okay. He had the title of captain from service during the French and Indian War. He was a captain in the Indian War. Chat, tell me about the Indian War. And I hate that they even call it a war. Okay. They were not wars. They were invasions, okay? Let's ask ChatGPT to just remind us, give us a history lesson on the Indian War. A lot of Pete's. I don't know about the war. Okay, well, I'm going to give you a brief based on ChatGPT. Just the word, just the Indian War. Original settlers of Sudbury, captain of the French and Indian War. I mean, we don't really have to go into what happened, but what is the Indian War? Okay, we know it's a massacre of indigenous that then was replaced by the original settlers, the original colonies. Okay, it's colonization. That's it. Okay, so, and the reason I'm showing you this is just to give you backstory of where she comes from. Scuba Steve. Wait, were you here for Scuba Steve? Scuba Steve is so long ago. I would never guess all this would come out when we started this series. I'm sure she did it. I didn't either. I did not know that the rabbit hole went this deep. But I think it's important history. That's part of her story, that now as she's the face of deportation in this tiny rural town, once I'm done with this episode, some of you will see it, some of you won't. She is recreating in Atzicintla what happened in the United States. What her ancestors did is what she's doing over here. Without violence, of course. She's not massacring anybody. She's not in the armed forces. But one of her descendants was a captain in the French and Indian War, sometimes called Deacon Hayes for his duties to the local church. He was an active man and belonged to the local militia. What is a local militia? Local militia. This is the most common interpretation. A militia is a group of civilians organized for defense, often with a specific area, village, town, or region, especially in times of conflict or weak central authority. If you meant it in a history of war context, local militia is almost certainly what you're looking for. Locally raised, non-professional fighters who defend their community. I don't know. I just hear militia and I think of I think of the KKK when I hear militia. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry. When I hear militia, I think of KKK, bitch. Am I wrong? I'm glad somebody else on TikTok said it's giving KKK. When I hear militia, I think of the White Hoods. And please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not a history major. Okay? Displacing indigenous people sounds about white. Yep. It was the white people that were killing the Indian women and children. Yes, because they were settlers, mind you. So they formed these militias to protect themselves from the indigenous. But they were invading the indigenous. So were they actually protecting themselves, or were they invading other communities that were already settled and existed prior to them arriving? Okay? So if at any point, please correct me. Again, I'm not a history major, especially when it comes to white people, but I was raised in Utah, so I have a basic knowledge of what the Mormon church represents. And Mormons were settlers. pioneer settlers. And how did they settle into Utah? They killed off the indigenous. That I do know. And I know that her family is direct descendants of Brigham Young and Joseph Smith, the top of the Mormon church. So much that her ancestors were part of the Mormon Battalion, okay? The local militia. Yeah. Okay, so let me keep reading. When word came that the British Army was coming to Concord to destroy supplies belonging to the militia, he made ready to participate. On the fateful morning of April 19th, 1775, Deacon Hayes, although approaching his 80th year, hearing the alarm, dressed quickly, bade his family a hasty goodbye and marched to Concord with Captain Aaron Hayes and his company of militia. Upon approaching the South Bridge, where a British guard was known to be, the deacon urged an attack upon the enemy to drive them from the area. However, the company was under orders not to commence an attack and proceeded around the village to the North Bridge, where the first shots of the Battle of Concord had just been fired. In spite of his nearly 80 years, Deacon Hayes still retained so much energy and patriotism that he joined the pursuit of the retreating enemy. He was struck by a British musket ball when nearing Lexington, one of 50 men killed or mortally wounded during the battle. His gravestone in the old cemetery in Sudbury Center bears the epitaph in memory of Deacon Josiah Haynes, who died in freedom's cause, ye 19th day of April 1775. Okay, and this is his headstone. Right there. Okay, that is one of her ancestors. And look, they were so kind. They even included, this group is very interactive. They even included a picture down here of the battle, of the militia. Yeah. Okay. Here, I took some clippings, just to show you of the Sealy farm. These receipts. These posts weren't necessarily in order in the Facebook group, so I did my best. Okay, I did my best. Another post. Hold on. Let me move this over here. Let me resize this a little bit so you guys can have a better view. Here we go. There. Okay, another newspaper clipping of the family farm. They were harvesting tomato. This is Earl Sealy, which I believe is a brother to Brennan Sealy, which is Candace's great grandpa. Another picture of the great grandpappy. Okay. So this is just a quick intro to the Facebook group, how we connected this Facebook group to Candace's lineage and her family, her mother, her great-grandmother. This is somebody's white baby. This is Drenna and Zilda Sealy. So we're actually going to print this for the whiteboard because we're going to make a family tree out of this. Page 1. Scale. The lineage of colonizers, yes. She's part of the revolution. In Netflix, there's a movie called American Primeval. Is how Mormon took over native and primary Utah. I have not personally seen it, but just from living in, I was raised in Utah. I don't know fucking why. I should have been a Cali girl. Okay, should have been a Cali girl. Wait, what are we printing? Alright, okay, I'm gonna just let the printer print all of these exhibits and then I'll cut them down and resize them. So, how you feeling, class? Checking in really quick. You put one copy, not one page. Yep, that's exactly what I did. So, I'm not printing, but it's okay. It's better to just print them all now and then so I have them ready for the whiteboard. And if you ever think I'm racist, I'm not, because I bought a whiteboard. Shout out to, that was not my original saying, by the way. Somebody commented in the chat and I have not been able to let it go. American Primeval is a must watch about that. Okay, class, so for our class assignment, your homework is you're going to go watch on Netflix. We're going to go watch on Netflix American Primeval. Please don't laugh at my pronunciation. My bilingual brain sometimes doesn't get it. I know nothing about Utah, so this is all good. Oh, Utah has a dark history when it comes to colonization, massacre of indigenous, displacement, all that. And you don't learn about it in school. Did you know there's a Pioneer Day in Utah? So we have like 2 4th of Julys, okay? The 4th of July, obviously, is national holiday, but the 24th of July in Utah is Pioneer Day. Everybody gets it off. Go research what Pioneer Day actually is. Utah celebrates it as a holiday, but I'm willing to bet Pioneer Day is something very similar to fucking Thanksgiving. Okay, so Utah is, there's a reason it's a fucking red state. I think it's always been a red state, at least while I lived in there. Okay, once we go down her family history, you'll also understand and see how she comes from a right-winged conservative family. And it makes it even crazier to try to understand how she went from all of that to Fidel, Mexico, Ortiz, and all of that shit. I'm surprised you don't celebrate 4th of July in Atzintla. You're not racist. You would have to have economic, social, and human rights control over a race. I learned about Utah liquor laws are hard. Oh, they suck. Everything closes at midnight. They stopped selling liquor. Utah is run by the Mormon Church. Our laws are influenced by the Mormon Church. That's why everything's closed on Sunday. Why? Because Mormons observe Sunday as rest day. You're not supposed to purchase anything. You're not supposed to watch TV. Sunday is the day of the Lord. Okay? So in Utah, everything's closed on Sunday. They don't sell liquor on Sunday. Everything's closed because a lot of the businesses are Mormon owned, right? So they follow the Mormon footprint. So yeah, Utah, I mean, it's a good state to raise a family. It's very calm, but it's governed by the Mormon Church. It's so huge. I mean, there's a church on every fucking block. Every block. We stopped selling liquor at 9 p.m. Yo, are you done yet? I didn't realize it was going to be this long. Okay, so next I want to show you, while that finishes printing, I want to show you the next set of posts from, and then we're going to piece together who everybody is. So here is another, this is Elder Earl Joseph Seeley. Where is it? Elder. Do you know what an elder is? Do you know what an elder is? The reason why I included it is I'm showing you her lineage and how deep it goes into the Mormon community. An elder, I think, is like a representative of the Mormon Church. It's like missionaries. Like my brother served a Mormon missionary. I'm not Mormon myself, but my family members converted. We were all Catholics once upon a time, and the majority of my family converted to Mormonism or LDS during our time in Utah. Living in Utah, like, I'm the resistance, okay? There was missionaries, the reason why I'm not a huge fan of the Mormon Church is, like, I just feel like it's almost like they have a quota. I met with Mormon missionaries, and their goal is to convert as many people and get as many baptisms as they can. That's how I interpreted it. And I felt, it just didn't feel natural. It felt forced. It felt very cult-like. And so, but my family is LDS, you know, and just, it's not my thing, but I have my own personal opinions based off what I've seen and the experiences I've had meeting with missionaries. And at one point I wanted to be open to LDS because my entire family was LDS. I wanted to convert at some point as well, because my family just was, you know, saying so many good things, but I just could not give up. I had a hard time rewiring my brain. I was raised Catholic, and I wasn't able to just shut it off and say, okay, Joseph Smith and this and that. It clashes with, you know, my religion. Like, Mormons can't even have an image of Jesus on the cross, and Catholics, like, that's our go-to. Like, it's at the front of the church, right? So there's a lot of things in the LDS religion that just I didn't believe in. It wasn't for me, you know, and how controlled it is. You can't do this. We wouldn't be able to be having this. We wouldn't be able to having these. You can't drink. It just felt like a fucking cult, like a club that you had to follow all the rules, and then the fact that they can excommunicate members, that just doesn't feel very Jesus-like. Okay, so anyway, this is Elder Earl Joseph Seeley, another Seeley. Remember, Seeley is her paternal side of the family. Her great grandpa is Brennan Seeley, so I'm willing to bet this is a brother or something. Okay, he is an elder, and the only reason I'm showing you this is just so you can see that her LDS roots go far, far, far back. Okay, this here is Calvin White Moore, grandfather of Wilmertha Moore Seeley, Drennan's mother. Drennan is Brennan's brother. So this is grandfather of Drennan's mother. Help me plug this into the family tree. If Drennan is Brennan's brother? Who is Calvin White Moore to Candace? this is actually a lot of critical thinking skills. Okay, so let me say it again. It's almost like a tongue twister. This Calvin White Moore is the grandpappy of Drennan's mother. Drennan's mother is Candace's great grandpa's mother. Help me chat. Help me chat. Come on, somebody do the math for me. This is too much for my brain. If Calvin White Moore is the grandpappy of he's a great grandpa? Please tell me. I need to be able to clock this as her great grandpappy, please. I'm gonna need to do it. Okay. He's a great. Okay. Maybe I just need to do a visual. Should we do a visual on the whiteboard? Okay, let me do a visual on the whiteboard. Okay, here we go. Visual. Okay. Image. Okay, okay. Calvin White Moore is the grandfather. Wilmerda Moore Sealy. Let me do it over here. Wilmerda Moore Sealy. Okay. That's her. And he's her grandfather. So, Dad. Hold on. I want to write it closer over here so I can connect it to this tree. Wilmerda. Sorry, TikTok, I forgot about you guys over here. Okay, Wilmerda Sealy Moore. I need to put more. Okay, Wilmerda Moore Sealy. Calvin Moore is her grandpa. So, this would have been whoever Dad is. And then here would have been Calvin White Moore. And then Wilmerda is his mom. So that would make Calvin White Moore. This is a great grandma. Great grandma. Okay, hold on. This is her great grandma. This is her great grandma. This is her great grandma. It's her great grandpa times 5. Okay, I just figured it out. It's her great. It's times 5. Okay, I did it right. Did you see the board? Okay, I feel like I need to explain it again. No, times 4. No, it's times 5 because look, this is her dad, right? This is Wilmerda Morris. So this would make whoever this person is, and we don't have the name. Candace's.
Thanks for keeping us entertained.
Thank you, Natalie. So it's times 5, guys, because look, this would be grandma times 1, grandma times 2, grandma times 3, grandma times 4. Maybe you're right. Is it 4? You can't. It's times 4, right? Someone co-sign me. It's times 4. Brandon is times 1. Yes, it's 4 because look. Okay, one more time. Zelda is her great grandma. Okay, Wilmerda is Brennan's. So it's her great grandma on her paternal side. Okay, this is his mom. Whoever her dad is would be, and this would make her great times 2. Then this would make this would make them times 3. And that makes Mr. Calvin Whitemore times 4. Times 4. So this man here, this is her great grandpappy. Okay? He was in the Mormon Battalion. Mormon Battalion, Private Calvin Whitemore. Good job, class. You were right. Yes, you were right. So this here, sir. Now I'm gonna give you a little history on him. Okay? Wow. You know, when I first was going through the group, I wasn't entirely sure who everybody was. So this is cool to piece it together. Once we have who everybody is, I'm gonna do a more organized family tree. Right now, we're just kind of plugging them in as we're going through the group chat. Bestie, thank you so much. Let me shout her out. I just got a tip. Oh, I didn't put it in the chat. Shout out to my bestie that sent me a tip. Okay, so it's actually crazy how recent that was. So let me show you how recent it was. This is his journey. Okay. The battalion here. He enlisted. Can you guys see? He enlisted July 16th, 1846 out of Council Bluffs, Omaha. They traveled all the way to Los Angeles, San Diego. Let me tell you a little bit about him. Her great-grandpa. Calvin Whitemore, grandfather of Wilmerda Moore Seeley, Drannon's mother, which is Brennan's brother. So this is her great. We've established this dude as her great-grandpa times 4, okay? On July 16th, 1846, Calvin Whitemore, aged 19, 5 feet inches tall, black hair, blue eyes, enlisted as a private in Company C of the Iowa Battalion of Mormon Volunteers, known as the Mormon Battalion, to serve in the Mexican-American War. The American history books call it a war. We call it an invasion. It's where we lost over half of our territory, okay? I'm sorry, Kenneth. I fucking hate you a little bit more now. I'm sorry that a fucking direct descendant of these motherfuckers that took our territory is now colonizing our own backyard.
50-cent $2 cheese box. Did you see Carlos TT about being threatened blaming you?
No, I haven't. Is it recent? We're in the middle of class. Can it wait till the end of the class, bestie? Yeah. Okay. So, isn't it crazy, before I go on, before I read along, that a descendant of one of the soldiers that fought in the Mexican-American invasion, I'm going to call it for what it is, because we're in Mexico, and our history books call it an invasion. One of his direct descendants is now living in Mexico, colonizing Atzizinta. The insult to injury. Okay, his company departed Council Bluffs, Iowa on July 20th, 1846 to begin what is believed to be the longest infantry march in American military history. That's the one that I just showed you over here. Okay. Calvin Whitemore was born July 21st, 1827 in Palmerhampton, Massachusetts to Ethan Allen and Sarah Ann Weber Moore. His parents were farmers and raised 8 children. They were converts to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and sold their farm to travel west. Times were difficult, and Ethan died of pneumonia in Springfield, Illinois, in February of 1840, leaving Sarah and the children. With the help of others in their group, the family eventually arrived in Nauvoo. Calvin said, "We lived there during the hard times, and it was really hard for the poor people to live. If we got a flour biscuit on Sunday morning, we were lucky. The rest of the time, it was cornbread and not much grease to go with." Before he joined the battalion, he had some military experience in Captain Duke's company in the Nauvoo Legion. What's the Nauvoo Legion? It's giving Nauvoo of Avatar. When the people were forced to leave the area, I volunteered to drive a team and was put in the artillery company John Scott Captain. We had 4 guns, 1 12-pounder, 2 6, and 1 3-pounder. I drove the ammunition wagon. The battalion traveled south to Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, where they were equipped. Each volunteer received $42 as a clothing and equipment allowance. Most of this was donated to the church to help in the trek west. Calvin signed to have his pay $10 sent to his mother to help care for the family. The regular pay was $7 per month. The next portion of the march arrived at Santa Fe, New Mexico in October. Along the way, 3 detachments of women, children, and the sick were sent to Pueblo, Colorado to rest and recover. The battalion never engaged in battle with the enemy, but they were attacked near Tucson by wild bulls. Several mules were injured, wagons destroyed, and 1 soldier was injured. At Tucson, they were expecting combat, but the Mexican army retreated, and they marched through without firing a shot. Ugh. I wish they would have whooped their ass, Kenneth. All along the way, they had to build their own roads, and in Southern California, they had to cut through some stones to get their wagons over the mountains. They arrived in San Diego on January 29, 1847. They were assigned to many building projects and ended service at Fort Moore in Los Angeles on July 16, 1847. Okay, so this is giving you a visual of that trek.
At Belinda Garcia 61 sent $2 cheese Maybachs. Go Bulls.
Not the Go Bulls. That's funny. Okay. Calvin traveled to Utah with a group of about 40 women and settled in Pleasant Grove, where he married Elizabeth Catherine Allred. They lived in Iron County, Spring City. They lived in Iron County, Spring City, Huntington, Lorne, and Castle Dale. We know that Castle Dale is where Candace grew up. Calvin was on the town council in Spring City and served as a bishop of Lawrence for 9 years. He served as a bishop of the Mormon Church. A bishop is like the highest, a very high position, right? He participated in many fierce fights with the Ute Indians and was a soldier in the Echo Canyon War. Let me read that again. He participated in many fierce fights with the Ute Indians and was a soldier in the Echo Canyon War. A guard at the mail station and was shifted around from point to point in the Indian War service. He fought off the natives. He was engaged in fierce, when they mean fierce fights, they're talking about massacres of indigenous people. That's her great-great-great-great-grandfather. He was known as a brave and resourceful man. He died in Castle Dale in May of 1908 after almost a year of suffering from stroke. Okay, so Castle Dale is where Candace was born. Okay, so now we have a date. He died. A ver. What was the Echo Canyon War? Let's read. What was the Echo Canyon War? The Echo Canyon War isn't a widely recognized formal war in global history. It refers to a tense standoff in 1857 to 1858 in the U.S., more commonly known as part of the Utah War. The conflict was between the U.S. government and Mormon settlers, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in the Utah Territory. The U.S. sent troops to Utah because of reports that the Mormon leadership was rebelling against federal authority. In response, Mormon forces prepared to resist and used defense tactics in places like Echo Canyon in present-day Utah, which is a narrow strategic pass. What happened in Echo Canyon? Mormon militia fortified the canyon and planned to slow or block U.S. troops. They used delaying tactics, burning supply trains, harassing movements, and preparing ambushes. Despite the buildup, there was no large-scale battle in Echo Canyon themselves. This is fucking crazy. They were die-hard Mormons, okay? So much that they were fighting against the U.S. government. That's crazy, Candace. He participated in many fierce fights with the Ute Indians and was a soldier in the Echo Canyon War. The situation was resolved mostly peacefully through negotiation. A new territorial governor was installed. The U.S. Army entered Utah without a major fight. So the Echo Canyon War is better understood as a near conflict or military standoff within the broader Utah War, rather than a full-scale war with the major battles. So the way they wrote it here made it sound like he was fighting, but whatever. So it's more of a standoff. Look up the Mountain Shadow Massacre. Is it in here? Did we read about the Mountain Shadow Massacre? Okay, so then this is a really good picture right here where they broke down on the Facebook group who was who. And I'm gonna make it a little bit wider so you guys can see. Okay, so these are the grandchildren. We're gonna have to print this actually. Definitely need to print this one. What page is this? Page 7. Okay, so these are the grandchildren of Drennan and Zilda Seeley. You know what? I think Drennan and Brennan is the same person because Zilda Seeley is Candace's great grandma. So in some places he's named Drennan, like right here, and then in other places he's named Brennan. So Drennan and Brennan are the same person? I believe they may be the same person. Yeah, because in Candace's mother's wedding announcements, it lists him as Brennan and Zelda Seeley. And the Facebook group lists them as Brennan and Zelda Seeley. Zelda Seeley wasn't married to both brothers, was she? Let me find out she's pulling a Candace. Okay, so these are the great-grandchildren, and here is Janet Bass. This is Candace's mom. Wait, if they're her great-grandchildren... No. Janet Bass? Yeah, that's right. That's Candace's mom. Wait, so we're missing somebody. If Janet Bass is Zelda's grandchildren, well, she could be... She's her great... Zelda is Janet's great-grandma. So here's Candace's mom right here. Why a different last name? Who fucking knows? They do a lot of weird shit in this family. Okay. Anniversary. Drennan and Zelda Seeley were married December 6, 1933 in the Manti LDS Temple. So we know that her grandparents were sealed, right? Mormon enough that they're married in the temple. Look. Right here. Drennan and Zelda Seeley. So see how in some places it's spelled Drennan, but the Facebook group is spelled Brennan. So I think there was a discrepancy, just a spelling of Drennan and Brennan, but oh no, it is spelled Drennan. I'm so sorry. I fucked it up. It's Drennan. There is no Brennan. So
at Mariupoli 75.84 cent $9.99 cheese Maybucks.
Thank you, Bessie. So when we're going back to Private White Moore, we got a direct link because Wilmerda Moore Seeley was the mom of Drennan Seeley. So this is directly his great-great-great-great-grandpappy. Okay, so we're going to print this. Drennan and Zelda Seeley, page 8. Okay, chat, how we doing? He is the pappy. Maria Puentes, Bessie, thank you so much for the super chat. I wonder if you're actually teaching Candace things you don't even know. I thought about that. I think I know more of her history than she does. Okay. This is another newspaper clipping that just says on Thanksgiving Day, because we know this family loves Thanksgiving. On Thanksgiving Day, approximately 50 members of the Drennan and Zilda Seeley family will gather to honor their parents for their birthday and 50th wedding anniversary. Drennan was born December 6, 1910 in Castledale. Thank you. December 6th, 1910 in Castledale. To Levi Earl and Wilmerda Seeley. Oh, this confirms the connection to fucking the Calvin dude. This tells us that Wilmerda Seeley was in fact Drennan's mom. 1 year later, on December 6, 1911. Oh, they have the same birthday. Get cute. They were exactly a year apart. 1 year later, on December 6, 1911, Zelda was born in Huntington to Adelbert and Lavina Lott. Oh, that's actually kind of cute, Candace. Your grandpappies were born on the same day, just a year apart. Okay. Zelda was born in Huntington to Adelbert and Lavina Lott. This is important. So, this is Drennan. Hold on. We gotta take a break over here. This is really important history that I gotta put down. Cause this is I'm gonna have dates on. So Calvin Moore, May 19, Calvin Moore, 1908, May 1908. Okay, we're gonna start here. Calvin Moore is May of 1908. Okay, then we know that Lavina Lott and Adelbert. Lavina Lott. Lavina Lott. Lavina Lott and Adelbert are the parents, and then Wilmerta Steele. So that tells us that Calvin Moore goes here. Calvin Moore is so far the top of her family tree. We have her family tree going back all the way to 1908. Okay, so look. Calvin Moore, we know he died in May of 1908. Lavina Lott in... Hold on. Lavina... Adelbert and Lavina Lott. Okay, Adelbert and Lavina Lott gave birth to Wilmerta Steele Moore. Okay, and then Wilmerta Steele Moore gave birth to Drennan. Okay, and we know that the date, Drennan was born on 12/6/1980. Okay, and then I'm gonna delete over here. No, and then Zelda was born over here. I'm gonna make her in red. What the fuck was Zelda's last name before she got married? Zelda Zeeley. I don't know what Zelda's maiden name is. It had to be Lot, right? Zelda. We're just gonna put her date of birth as... We don't know her maiden name. So 12/6/1911. Okay, look. We're getting the family tree down. So, this is the lineage. Look. And the Mormon Battalion is at the very top. And it actually goes, I think, further back. Okay, so Calvin Moore is the grandfather. Wait, hold on. I did this wrong. Yeah, no, this is right. Calvin Moore is Albert or Lavina's grandpa. Because remember, we knew that there was somebody here and then Calvin Moore. We found that it's Adelbert, Lavina, and Lavina Lott. They give birth to Wilmerta Steele Moore, one of them. And then Wilmerta Steele Moore has Drennan Steele. Zelda's born. And this right here is where they connect. And then they give birth to Dixie Bass. Sorry, TikTok, I forget. Okay, they gave birth to Dixie Bass. Dixie Bass gives birth to Janet. And Daryl Smith has Candace. Okay. We have officially tied her to the Mormon Battalion. Does it make sense, chat? Does it make sense? This means great-grandpa fought again. Candace's grandpappy. Yeah, I don't. Zelda Gardner Lott. Zelda Gardner Lott. Where'd you find that? Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it. Zelda. Are you sure? Cause Lott's over here. I need to find out where. I don't know. Hold on. I need to confirm where that last name came from first. I sent you screenshots. Okay. Maybe. We might come across it as where Robert Seeley. Brennan and Zelda's parents. Oh. December 17, 1908. Adalbert Joseph Lott. Oh, I like this. Okay, hold on. So, Adalbert. But I need to know who is this on. I need to know whose grandpappy this is. Adalbert or Lavina? Gardner Lott. Because we know that Calvin Moore ties in through them. Calvin comes first. Alright, I want you to put them both and then later on hopefully see Adalbert. Okay. Grandpappy Adalberto. Drennan was born 1980. Drennan was born 12/6/1980, yes. So I'm reading based on this. Okay, so look. On Thanksgiving Day, approximately 50 members of the Drennan and Zelda Seeley family will gather to honor their parents for their birthday and 50th anniversary. Drennan was born 12/6/1910. Why did I put 1980? See, this is why it's good to double check. 1910, sorry, 1910. And Zelda was born a year later in 1911. Zelda was born in Huntington to Adalbert and Lavina Loft. The couple spent their early years attending school in Emery County, which is where Candace went to school. On December 6, 1933, the couple was married in Mount Temple. So again, her grandparents got sealed in the temple. They resided in Moreland and in Hiawatha with their first child born in 1935. Who was that? Who was the first child? Then the couple moved to Huntington Canyon on what is now the UP&L Research Farm. At the end of the year 1937, they moved to present their farm in the canyon. With a few old peach trees, lots of hard work, and faith and a little money, the couple has developed it into beautiful and sometimes prosperous enterprise. So they're the ones that made the Seeley farm. Drennan and Seeley. Zelda has served as WMYA president and the primary presidency as a member of the Stake Relief Society Board, LDS, and has held many positions as a teacher. She's also served as a leader in the PTA organization. The couple has 6 children. Flossie is a high school teacher and lives in Huntington Beach, California. She is presently working on her doctorate. Dixie, this is Candace's great-grandma. Dixie lives and works on the farm in the canyon. Dixie Bass. So Dixie Bass is Zelda's daughter. Yes. All right, so this gives us... I fell asleep and started dreaming about Zelda. Stay with me, besties. Drennan has spent his life working for the good of others. He served 9 years as bishop of the Huntington First Ward and has been a high councilman stake clerk. So look at these high-ranking positions that her grandparents had within the LDS Church. He has served as an Emery County commissioner. Oh. And he and Zelda both have served in the Emery County Farm Bureau. Zelda has something. The couple has 27 grandchildren and 2 deceased. They have 7 great-grandchildren and are expecting 2 more. The couple will be honored on December 3rd from 3 to 6 at their daughter Dixie's home, which is Candace's great-grandma. All their friends are invited to attend. This was on November 23rd, 1983. Here's a picture of them. Grandpappy and Grandmammy. Oh, and look, here's Adalbert Joseph Lott. We found him. Oh my gosh, I love piecing this together. Okay, so Adalbert is Drennan's grandparents. Adalbert is Drennan's grandpa. So Candace's great grandpa times 3. Adalbert Joseph Lott was born in loving parents on February 20th, 1987. Let me write this down. February when? February 20th, 1887. Okay. About 7 miles south of Fillmore. His father, John William Lott, okay, was born on the church farm in Salt Lake City. So, father, there's more people between Calvin. What was his name? His father, John William Lott. Okay. His father, John William Lott, was born in the church farm in Salt Lake City. His Lott ancestors came from the Netherlands in the 1600s and settled in New Amsterdam, New York, British colonial America. His great-grandfather, Cornelius Peter Lott, was active in the early years of the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and a friend of Joseph Smith. Hello? Do you know who Joseph Smith is? He's I think the founder of the Mormon Church. So this right here ties her great-great-great-great-great-grandparents to Joseph Smith. Cornelius brought his family to Salt Lake Valley in 1848. So this is before Calvin Moore died. Adalbert's mother, Hannah Christina Johnson, was a daughter of Bengt and Anna Johnson, who emigrated from Sweden. John William was a widow of 27 with children. Oh, her family tree goes up so high. I don't have enough room, y'all. Wow. ChatGPT response shows up that the Sealy is a very old and common LDS pioneer family in Utah, going back to early Mormon settlers like Orange Sealy, who helped found towns in 1800s. Yeah, Joseph Smith is the founder of the Mormon Church. So this right here. Oh, I need more space. Hold on. Oh, there he is. Okay, hold on. Let me think about this. His father, Julian Lott, was born. So maybe Lavina Gardner is the one that's connected to Calvin Moore. Because one of these two had to be the connection to Calvin Moore, who died in 1908. After. That would make sense. Alright, so look, here's what I got, chat. Let me show you the image. Receipts. Let me take this off. Okay, we're actually going to erase this because we need more fucking space. I need to redo this. Okay, so Albert, his father, John William Lott. John William Lott was born in the church family in Salt Lake City. His Lott ancestors came from blah, blah, blah. His great-grandfather, Cornelius Peter Lott, was active. All right, Cornelius Peter Lott is besties with Joseph Smith. Cornelius Peter Lott. Okay, so Cornelius is the tie to Joseph Smith. Cornelius brought this family to Salt Lake in 1848. When was the Mormon Church founded, chat? Really quick. When was Mormon Church founded? The Mormon Church, 1830. Joseph Smith founded the church in 1830. And Cornelius came in 1848. And it says here that was active in early years of the Church of Jesus Christ. That actually makes sense with the time. The timeline is making sense actually. Yep. Hello, my fellow detective friends. Calvin is Wilmerda's brother. How do you know? Okay. That's a lot of history. That is Adalbert. We're going to print him.
Ed Flea Roman sent $1.99 cheese Maybox. Check your email. I sent you the family tree.
Interesting. So first came Adalbert. But where do we plug in Calvin Moore? Calvin Moore died in 1908. So he was after Cornelius? So he must have been on the Lavina Gardner side of the family then. Because we got the paternal. Remember, so look. Let me show you. Calvin Moore died in 1908. So that means he was around... In what year? Let's give him a good... How old was he? Did we read how old he was? I don't think so. 1908 minus... Let's say he was 80 years old. So he was around this time. Calvin Moore was alive during this time. So when we looked up Calvin Moore, it told us that he was the great-great-great-grandpappy of Granite. So maybe it wasn't on the Adalbert side, maybe it was on the mom's side. Because right now we've gone through the family tree for Adalbert all the way back to 1848. This is his grandpa, dad, Adalbert. So Calvin Moore plugs in probably from this side. On the Lavina side, can you guys find anything on Lavina Gardner for a family tree? So we want to know how Calvin Moore, Private Calvin Moore, Calvin Whitemore, sorry. Of course his last name is White. Died May of 1908. I need to know where to plug him into. Okay, who is this guy? Oh my god, my printer is so bad. Alright, this is Adalbert. Page 13. Okay. He had a stroke or paralysis. Yes. This is some weird ass shit. Sorry guys, we have to nail this down. This is Adalbert, right? Guys, we're not even gonna have space for the story. Like, the family tree's gonna take up the whole other side of the board. Okay, so who's this? This is another Sealy. The only reason why I clipped this one is the title caught my attention. Schuler Sealy takes bride from Georgia. The takes bride, no me gusta. And they were married in the Manti Temple November 17th. Oh, he's the son of Mr. and Mrs. Drannon Sealy. So this is Candace's grandma's brother. The bride graduated from Dudley High School and is a freshman student at the BYU. Sheila will graduate from BYU this spring and is also a graduate of North Emory High School. Yep, so that's her great grandpa. Lavina Janet Gardner Law. Okay, this is good. This is we just did the spouse. We just did her spouse, Adalbert Joseph Lott. So let's read about Lavina Janet Gardner Lott. Was born on June 2nd, 1883. Date of birth. Born June 2nd, 1883. In Pine Valley, Washington, Utah Territory, to Royal Joseph Gardner and Chloe Louise Snow. On family search, there are at least 4 variants to her name: Lavina Jeanette, Lavina Viney Bina. She is said to have been named for her grandmother, Cynthia Lavina Berry. Her daughter, Zelda, always wrote it as Lavina Janet. On back of pictures of herself as a child, she has written it Vin. Okay, so her parents are Royal. Royal Joseph Gardner. This was taken Calvin Moore out of the family tree. Before I found the parents, I knew where Calvin Moore went. Now I'm unsure. Royal Joseph was a lumberman and farmer in Pine Valley Grass. Chloe Louise was a well-educated woman, taught school before her marriage. When Lavina was 4 years old, her father was called on a mission to Tennessee, LDS mission. All right, that's Lavina. Look, that's Adalbert and Lavina Janet Gardner. Let's print. Oh, wait. Let me cancel. Sorry, I printed the whole file. Right here, page 18. Chat, how you doing? Chat, are you keeping up with me, chat? How bad? And you're going back to the future with Candy Cane. Okay. Oh, Don Carlos Seeley. This is interesting. This is a good one. He was friends with Joseph Smith, I believe. Oh, he was. This is the brother of Joseph Smith. This is the one. Don Carlos Seeley was born January 4th, 1846 in Nashville, Lee, Iowa, to Justice Wellington Seeley and Clarissa Jane Wilcox. He may have been named after Don Carlos Smith's brother of Joseph Smith, who died from exposure after falling through ice while crossing the Mississippi River. He was about a year and a half old when he was brought across the plains by Ox team arriving in Salt Lake Valley September 20th, 1847. The family was called by Brigham Young to settle in California. This right here, look. The family was called by Brigham Young. Do you know who Brigham Young is? Let me tell you who Brigham Young is. Who's Brigham Young? Brigham Young was the key leader of the early Mormon movement. He became the second president of the LDS Church after the founder, Joseph Smith, was killed in 1844. Young led the Mormon migration west to escape prosecution, guiding thousands of followers to what is now Utah in 1847. He helped establish Salt Lake City and organize settlements across the region. He also served as the first governor of the Utah Territory. He's one of the most influential figures in early Mormon history, especially for shaping its move to the American West. This tells you they're directly connected to Brigham Young. Did you get that? Don Carlos Seeley. So we know that Seeley is her ancestors. They're her descendants. I don't know what the right term would be for Seeley, right? But Seeley she's part of the Seeleys. She's a descendant of the Seeleys. The Seeleys were directly linked to Brigham Young and Joseph Smith. So much that the Seeley family back in the 1800s was called on by Brigham Young to settle in California. They left on March 13th, 1851 for the San Bernardino area where they resided in until December 1857. When they arrived, the purchase of the land for the settlement had not been finalized and the family had to live under a sycamore tree for some time. Wellington helped build the fort and resided there while several of the brothers went back to San Diego to settle. On the way back to Utah, Don Carlos was given the job of helping herd the cattle. He was separated from the main group for 3 days, blah, 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 blah. In his teens, Don Carlos was called by Brigham Young to drive an ox team back to Missouri River to help bring other immigrants to Utah. On May 1st, 1867, Don Carlos Seeley, 21, was inducted into the militia of Utah. He was issued 1 rifle and 110 rounds of ammunition, blah, 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 blah. He served until November 1st, 1867. The photograph is of the children of Justice Wellington and Clarissa Jane Wilcox Seeley. Don Carlos is the second from the right on the bottom row. Yeah, the second from the right on the bottom row. Damn, there's a fucking Carlos in every story. God damn. So this is what I wanted to tie in with you guys on live so I can show you how her family is directly linked to Brigham Young and Joseph Smith. Okay, page 21. Why do I find that so important? Because Candace's comments just yesterday. Recent downloads. So now that you have all this history of Candace and her lineage, how do you feel about her recent declarations that she is a full-blown Catholic?
At Belinda Garcia 6110 cent $9.99 cheese
Let's
made
take
box. Not another Carlos.
one thing about Candace, she loves Carlos. Okay, how do y'all feel? Okay, now that we've gone on a deep dive, okay, and you can see how her roots go back to the origin of the LDS Church. How the fuck do you feel about this statement that she made just yesterday? That she presents herself as a full-blown Catholic, baptized, confirmed, and First Communion. Do you see why it feels so misleading, at least from the way that I interpret it? Because she doesn't even say, "Hey, I'm a former LDS, but I'm now Catholic." She will not acknowledge her lineage. She will not acknowledge where she comes from. The same way she refuses to acknowledge her white privilege is the same way that she refuses to acknowledge her history. And she tries to paint herself, she tries to culturally appropriate herself into our religion, into our culture, into our customs, into our lands. She's not one of us. She never will be. I'm sorry, but her history will always be this. This is where Candace Smith comes from. Now, how does it hit when you know that Candace Smith is the face of deportation stories? How does it hit now that Candace Smith, a descendant of Brigham Young, a descendant of Joseph Smith, is the face of deportation and is the representation of deported migrants in Mexico? When her family was part of the colonization movement, but dating back to the 1800s. Her family fought in the Mexican-American War. Her family fought in the Indian War. Her family was part of the Mormon militia. Her family was part of the Utah militia. And now Candace wants to repaint her story as an immigrant.
At neighbor instant $2 cheese Maybox. Candice is not like US.
Candace is the US actually. But yeah, this, I'm sorry, but now that I'm digging further, like I myself hadn't studied it to this degree. I briefly reviewed the Facebook group, but you guys got to see me piece it together live and see where everybody goes and who's who and what's where, and where she lands in the family tree and where her family comes from. Now, knowing where her family comes from, do you now understand why her mother is a registered Republican? Do you now understand why carne asada and onions refer to us as, dangerous criminals, and her mother referred to Fidel as he's not a dangerous criminal, not this one? Do you now understand? Do you now see that she is embodying what her ancestors did in Utah in Atzisimpla? She's recreating the Sealy farm in Atzisimpla. Damn, I'm fucking good. Who wants to hire me? Damn, I'm good. Candace, I bet Candace didn't even know about her lineage. I bet we know more about her own history than she does at this point. All right, which one is Carlos Zilli? The second from bottom right. Second from bottom right. So this one right here. This is Carlos. Her family's not from the day. If the Sealy's could have called it, I think that they would. Absolutely. Don Carlos Sealy.
At Cindy Lou Who 231 synth $1.99 cheese Maybox. Alexa, play Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar. Smiley face emoji.
Friends with Brigham Young. And who else? And brother of Joseph Smith. Damn. Who called it early on? We called it early on when we said her name was Smith. A Smith out of Utah? Mm-hmm. Yeah, this don't surprise me at all. Not count two. All right, let's see what's left. All right. And here's another picture that tags Candace's mom. Candace's mom is a child on the farm with their Easter baskets. Doesn't this remind you of the Easter egg hunt she just did in Atzisimpla? Yeah. And here is our military heritage. There's, okay. Joseph Sealy fought in the King's American Dragoons in the Revolutionary War and died in the War of 1812. Justice Wellington Sealy in 1749, King's American Dragoons in the Revolutionary War of 1812. Justice Azel Seeley, 1779, U.S. Navy War of 1812. Justice Wellington Seeley, 1815, Utah Territorial Militia Indian Wars. Don Carlos Seeley, 1846, Utah Territorial Militia and Black Hawk War. What's the Black Hawk War? The Black Hawk War was a short conflict in the U.S. between Native American tribes and U.S. settlers/militia in what is now Illinois and Wisconsin. Black Hawk was a leader of the Sauk tribe. He opposed the loss of native lands and disputed a treaty that ceded territory to the U.S., arguing it wasn't valid. What caused the war? The U.S. government and settlers were moving into native lands. Black Hawk led a group, often called the British Band, across the Mississippi River into Illinois in 1832, hoping to reclaim land and possibly gain support from other tribes or the British. The fighting broke out between Black Hawk's group and U.S. militia and armed forces. The conflict included several skirmishes, often chaotic and poorly organized by the militia side. It ended with the Battle of Bad Axe, where many of Black Hawk's people were killed while trying to retreat. Black Hawk was captured. Native tribes in the region were forced to give up more land and move west of the Mississippi. It marked another step in U.S. westward expansion and displacement of Native Americans. Don Carlos Seeley fought in that war. It's one of her ancestors. Calvin White Moore, which is the one we have a picture of, fought in the Nauvoo Legion, the Mormon Battalion, Utah Territorial Militia, Black Hawk War, Coleman Boren, Nauvoo Legion, Walker Indian War. Let's read what the Walker Indian War is. The Walker Indian War was a conflict in what is now Utah between Mormon settlers and Native American tribes, mainly the Ute people led by a chief named Wakara. Growing tension as Mormon settlers expanded into Ute lands, competition over resources like land, water, and trade, disputes over the Indian slave trade. Some Ute groups captured and traded Native people. Settlers sometimes bought them. Cultural misunderstandings and mistrust on both sides. Here's what happened. The war began in 1853 after a confrontation between a settler and Utes escalated into violence. Ute warriors carried out raids on settlements, targeting livestock and occasionally attacking people. Settlers responded by organizing militias and fortifying communities. It wasn't a single battle, more of a series of raids, skirmishes, and reprisals. Fighting was spread across central and southern Utah. The outcome is that by 1854, the conflict eased, partly after Chief Wakara's death. A fragile peace followed, but tension continued in later years. The Walker War is one of several conflicts between early Utah settlers and Native people during westward expansion. Her great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa, Calvin White Moore, fought in that war as well. Levi Burt Reynolds fought in the Utah Territorial Militia, Black Hawk War. Zelda's brothers fought in World War II. Levi Barrett Lott, U.S. Army Pacific. Adelbert Snow Lott, U.S. Army. Drennan's brothers fought in World War II. Leith Moore Seeley, Elvin Anthony Seeley, Levi Earl Seeley. Okay, so we know that her father's also a veteran. Okay, she's shared that very proudly. Do you think with the lineage, with her history, where her ancestors came from and what they fought for, which was the colonization of native lands, the massacre of native people, how do you think they felt about Candace dating Mexicans? Do you now understand why her father didn't write a character letter of support for Fidel, who was in immigration proceedings? Do you now understand why her mother is a registered Republican? Do you now understand why her sister pointed out Fidel's broken English in her character letter and how he was so good at cooking carne asada and onions, and he was so good at pouring their water at dinner? Plug in their history and you will understand why they are what they are. And that is the history that Candace refuses to acknowledge, because how would she become one of us when she's one of these? How can she claim to be for the people for Mexicans, for the community, when her lineage goes so far back to the displacement of native lands, which is what she's currently doing in Atzicintla. Now take her history and plug it into what she's currently doing in Atzicintla. Plug in her history and her upbringing of the farm and what she's building in Atzicintla right now. Plug in the Easter egg hunts that you saw on the Sealy farm that she's recreating in Atzicintla. Plug in the way she's bringing Thanksgiving, Easter, Halloween, trick-or-treating, Thanksgiving into Atzicintla, now that you know her history and her family's history. Here's some more, just history. Drennan, Sealy, Castledale. Oh, here. Oldest son of Levi. Oh, right here. This is where we plug in Calvin Moore. Drennan Sealy was born on December 6, 1910 in Castledale, Emory, Utah. Oldest son of Levi Earl and Wilmerda Moore Steele. Drennan Sealy. Okay, so we have it wrong. This Wilmerda Steele Moore doesn't plug into Adalbert. He plugs in to Calvin Moore. Right here. And that is how she ties into the Mormon Battalion of Private Calvin White Moore. Wilmerda Steele Moore is Drannan's mom, and Calvin Moore is Wilmerda Steele Moore's grandpa or dad or some shit. So there's the link we were missing. Drennan Steele is the oldest son of Levi Earl and Wilmerda Moore Steele. So Levi Earl is his dad. Okay. I think his name came from William F. Drennan, a frontier Scot, blah, blah, blah. Drennan's ancestors joined the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Canada, India, and England, and were among the first settlers of San Diego, California, Mount Pleasant, Utah, Castledale, and Orangeville, Utah. There it is. Drennan's ancestors, which we know in all their names, joined the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Canada, India, England, and were among the first settlers of San Diego, California, Utah, Castledale. There it is. It's public. It's all over their fucking Facebook group. What more do you need? Zelda Gardner Lott was born on December 6, 1911 in Huntington, Emory. Second child and only daughter of Adalbert Joseph Lavina. I don't know where Zelda originated. Thought it was Zelda. Jen and Zelda became acquainted when she was a freshman through a junior. Yeah. The problem is our own people supporting her don't even know her history. The history of the U.S. and the harm it has done. Yes. Absolutely, I agree. There's Zelda. And that's the last page. Yes, this is still my first coffee. All right. So how do you feel about this statement, chat? How do you feel about her claiming to be a baptized, confirmed, and First Communion Catholic? Do you see why this is so misleading? Do you see, like, her answers are so misleading? Because, okay, let's give her the benefit of the doubt that she's Catholic now. But somebody specifically asked, how if you're LDS? Why doesn't she be truthful and just say, I was LDS, but I'm now Catholic. I'm converted from LDS to Catholic. Because why not acknowledge her history? Her refusal to acknowledge her history.
Mariel Mendoza 5343 has purchased a membership. Bestie, I shared your video reviewing the whiteboard with my daughter and she is in. Smiling face with hearts emoji.
I'm glad you liked it, Bestie. people might not like their history, and that's okay, but denying your history is giving Germany Dana. Denying your history, you're bound to repeat it. If we refuse to acknowledge history, we're bound to repeat it, which is what's happening in Nazi-Zintla. Her refusal to acknowledge her history and her privilege is why it will keep repeating, is why she will keep capitalizing on it. Her refusal to acknowledge her history and hide behind her identity of a deportee's wife is what tells me that she is why she's is what hurts. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, her refusal is what makes her still one of them, because a true ally wouldn't have a problem with acknowledging it, bringing awareness and changing it. Her refusal to acknowledge it is why she'll never change it, is why she will always be a fucking Mormon settler. She's repeating it with her refusal to acknowledge it. I don't care if she's the same thing with fucking Fidel, that he's such a better person. Your refusal to acknowledge what he did, what he was, and the accountability, how can he become a better person? And same for her. Your refusal to acknowledge where you came from and your history is why you're repeating it in a rural town in Mexico. To a T. The fucking farm, the big ass house, bringing in the American traditions, cultures, and holidays to this tiny little town, the displacement of indigenous land, the displacement of natives. When she brings in that huge house to Atzicintla, that's going to eventually, more people are going to build there when they used to be crops. They would have stayed crops, but when you bring in one house, that's what the Mormon settlers did. They moved into native lands and started building, and so other people built around them and built around them and built around them. So that's what she's doing in Atzicintla when she builds the biggest house of the entire town in the middle of a cropland. Eventually, those croplands will also turn into other houses. And that's exactly what the Mormon settlers did. Trying to get a picture of her house again. Random screenshots. Right here. Tell me this picture doesn't hit different now that we've researched her history. The house is 5,300 square feet. Oh, you have a picture of Calvin Whitmore's house? Send it to me. Email. Yeah? Hi. I'm working on a project.
Janet,
Are you
the
what?
bass.
Huh?
Are you what?
Yeah, what's up?
What? What?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Hey, thanks for giving me a ride home. Did you see my shout out on Instagram?
Did I what?
Did you see my shout out for you on Instagram?
No. You did not get a shout out.
Yeah, I did.
No, you did.
Yes, I did.
On my main Instagram?
Well, I didn't tag you, but I gave you a shout out.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
God.
I need followers for that. You called me when I was in math class. I was trying to pick up, but it didn't work.
Oh, it was an accident. Sorry.
I need like 200 more followers. I go live on Instagram. Cause I only have 800. You need like 1,000.
You need 1,000 to go. If no, you'll get most of my trolls. I don't want that
That's
for
what I
you.
told Yeah, that's what my said. I
Yeah.
was like, you're trolling. Anyway, on Sunday, for
Hold on, let me pause.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. On Sunday.
Sorry guys, give me a second. I'm taking a quick break. Take a quick potty break and we'll BRB. Yes, this is a family tree of Mormon colonizers.
Mormon.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys are from Utah.
But this is not ours.
Oh.
This is Candelaria's.
This is your kind of family tree.
Cornelius.
I got
here.
Joseph Smith. Imagine those being my ancestors. Joseph.
So the other side is Candace, right?
Uh-huh.
This is her family tree.
No way. No. You're not kidding, are you?
Wait.
No, I'm not.
This is really.
I tied her back to
Mom, you're telling Theo tracing us back to Moctezuma.
yeah. Well, at least we don't trace back to fucking Joseph Smith, okay? Colonizing people.
Who's Joseph Smith?
Oh.
Do you know who Joseph Smith is? He's the
Andre.
biggest colonizer of Utah,
Yeah, Andre.
and they killed a lot
Well,
of Native.
I don't know American history, Mom. I only know.
Well, this
some
is
of it.
actually Utah history. This is TikTok
I was
lore.
only in school.
Oh,
till
how
fourth
did
grade.
you get this far back?
Well, look, her family has a Facebook page of her ancestors. So I went on the Facebook page and I've been studying it, and then we just looked. It's all online.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see why you're studying law.
That's her great grandma, and they own the Zealy farm.
9/11. Wait, what farm?
The Zealy farm.
I still don't know. What that
It's a farm in Utah. That.
Wait, so she's from Utah?
Yeah.
She's from where you guys are from.
You guys grew up together.
We could have been besties.
Wait, so
She probably would ride you out too.
What'd you
She
say?
did. She ratted out on the other side of the board the other
Flip it over,
document,
flip it
the other illegals.
No.
It's gonna be-
You gotta take the.
No, it's because it's gonna hit the window. Lean back.
No, it's not. Just pull it out. I was able to flip it there.
Yeah, just push that down. Push it.
push it down, not up.
Very strong.
Sorry, guys. The kids want a quick
Right
recap.
there.
I told you it would hit the wall.
You just gotta pull it out. Relax. There's enough space. I flipped.
She can barely flip it.
I don't know how you got this in here.
Didn't you see my TikTok? I carried it up here.
This is crazy.
These are mug shots.
So this is Candace.
I'm gonna start leaving her hate comments because she doesn't
No,
want for you page.
don't do that. Be nice.
I'm not promoting hate.
So yeah, she got him deported and she got him deported.
That's him.
Yeah, he looks like Jacob Black.
Did you see it?
Don't you see the name?
Like,
I just look at the
Wow.
foot.
why does the second one kind of look like Enrique?
Who's the puppy?
It's who's the pappy, not puppy. It's pappy. You have to say it right
Why Pappy?
because it sounds funnier. Like, have you ever seen that? It's a movie with a bunch of black guys lined up, and this white guy comes with a black baby because his daughter fucked one of the black guys, and he's like, "Who's the pappy? And they're like, "I'm the pappy, boss."
Oh, I've seen
Oh.
that.
Yes.
I've seen it.
I've seen that.
That's where I got the "Who's the pappy" from.
Okay, but this is her drama, right?
Not calling Fidel stupid, but do you think he knows all this? Do you think he regrets the day he met her?
Sorry, it's my TTS.
TTS.
She just tipped us $1
My
tax.
opinion, I bet he doesn't know. I bet he probably has to know. He's gotta know.
Did I just? I timed out on TikTok. Sorry, TikTok.
Wait, so all three of these guys are Candace?
No, that's all Candace. Those are her
Yeah,
senior
that's
high school
Candace.
pictures.
But her comment asked if they think that Fidel knows.
So this is her current husband that she got deported and eventually followed him over here. But this he didn't know about this guy and that guy. That was an old 30-year-old guy that she married when she was fucking with when she was 16 years old.
60? Okay,
It's Jackie, bro.
yeah.
Who's
Wait.
Jackie?
We'll tell you. That's a whole other story.
Do you have a friend like that?
Yeah.
Unfriend her.
Oh,
Not a
she's
friend.
weird. She's weird. Wait, so
Wait, the new girl?
she followed him over.
Mhm.
I knew that from looking at her stuff.
But mind you, she got deported because allegedly he assaulted her in front of their baby. But she didn't tell social media that. She just said he got deported because he had no papers. But he got
At
deported
age
for beating
6
her
of
up.
cent $1.99 cheese Maybachs. You kids don't know who the puppy is, lol.
Oh my god. He was deported twice. I didn't know that.
Yeah, twice.
How do you get?
Well,
He went back.
he went back without permission.
No, my thing is, why does she beef with you? That's what I'm not
Because
understanding.
so one.
Because you're better.
No. Let me tell you why. So a few years ago, she was part of this group of girls. sorry, ugly fat girls that didn't like me because I got back with Walter. Remember? We're not gonna talk about that. So they were really mad at that. So they would make a lot of content just like trashing me for getting back with Walter, and she was part of it. So when it got out and I started responding, Candace made a comment that I was a dangerous individual. And I took it to heart because she hadn't told people about him. So I said, "Oh, you want to call me dangerous?"
I remember you
Tell
saying
them about
something
your
in the video
husband.
about that. How she
Right.
called
So
you
that was in
dangerous.
2023, and you know, she didn't let it go, but I did. I just kind of moved on, and then the last year she was doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. We'll need another. That's another day's episode for me to explain what happened. But pretty much, she's just been doing shady shit. And so finally I got tired and we decided to do a presentation on her whole story.
We need a segment where the kids break everything down.
I'll break it.
Diane volunteered this tribute. Diane follows me on TikTok, unfortunately.
I follow like all 6 of your accounts.
I need to
I'm
block
on
you.
YouTube.
Candace.
Deep dive to find you.
My content is not made for kids, children.
Well,
She's almost over age, just like
yeah, I'm almost of age.
You'll still be a child to me.
Well,
Okay, Sergio said it's $4.50
Alright,
each. You want to let them come?
$4.50 each.
Yeah, that's if you let them come. They don't have to. I'm kidding.
That's fine.
Okay.
Alright, flip it back, please. I'm still working on the.
on her family tree.
I gotta clean up the family
I
tree.
bet Kid doesn't even know that.
I bet she
Oh,
does.
I'm sure Candace learned things about her history today that she didn't know
Yeah.
before.
I'm surprised you haven't found my TikTok yet because there's been times where I've joined her live and I see you look at the screen a little too and I'm like, oh shit, she found my name.
So it says Diane.
My name is Diane. Like I don't have a different name on there.
If you block her, she's gonna make another account.
I'm gonna look for all my Dianes. Okay, chat, keep an eye out for a Diane.
Don't worry, I also have a fan account of you.
Hey, stop.
Okay, go shower. Y'all stink. Somebody stinks. Sorry, guys.
I haven't even sweated today.
Somebody stinks like me. Hey, I heard the water's fixed. Diane, do you guys have water? Yeah. Okay.
So no more designated toilets.
Yeah, because I think it's okay now. Okay, guys, sorry. Are we back? So sorry. And that is, we're gonna have to have Diane do a presentation on this when we're done. See if she's been paying attention. Candace questioned designer. My kids are grown, really miss children's voice in the house. Yeah, they're at that fun teenage age where, you know, they're doing teenage things. All the hands are going to be blocked now. Diane is cute. She's the one that I shouted out on my Instagram story. She wrote on my whiteboard, "I'm your biggest fan." Okay, but real quick, I do have to take a potty break. What's your email? What are you going to send me? Okay, I have to take a super quick potty break, okay? Get your coffee, refill your snacks. I'll be right back. Where's my BRB screen? Okay, besties, are we back? Are we back? TikTok, I was paused for too long and it timed out and it turned off. So I think I'm just gonna leave it as is. We'll do some replays over there if necessary. Okay, how are you guys? How are we feeling? I need to get the belt. No, that was cute. I love the kids. It's sad now that they're teenagers. You know, they want to do their own thing. Okay, so now I want to redo the whiteboard and organize it. Now that we pieced together who everybody is and where the timeline is for the coffee and a drink. No, seriously, that was a lot to unpack. Okay, thank you, Triple. I am going to order some lunch. I actually cooked lunch. Should we end, take a break, or do you mind if I eat on live and just kind of chill a little bit? The White House. What? Is that, how do you know this is Calvin Moore from Utah, bestie? To the bestie that just sent me the picture of Calvin Moore's house that looks just like Candace's house in Illinois. They were from Council Bluffs. Education. Eat live. Okay. You guys like the 7-hour live streams, huh? Okay. Wow, that was crazy. The fact that we can tie her family back to Joseph Smith and Brigham Young is diabolical. Like, I knew when I who sent me that group? Somebody on one of the besties found that group and sent it to me. And when I looked at it and I just quickly skimmed it and I was like, oh my gosh, I knew she was connected to, you know, I just thought it was crazy. But I hadn't pieced it together to this detail. And it's just crazy to see how tied, like directly tied. Like, sorry, but that's not everybody can say that they're directly tied to the Joseph Smith and the Brigham Young. You know what I'm saying? Like, bitch, you come from an important white family. Mm-hmm. An important white family in Utah. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I feel funny about this, y'all. It's eerie. No? It's eerie. Their thirst for attention makes so much sense. Now, I work from home. I love my computer besties. Love it. It's like royalty. One of them did say royalty something. I seen a TikTok on my FYP of Carlos complaining about no water, how people don't fix nothing. We have water. I never ran out of water. They announced that there was some breakage in the water pipe and that there was going to be no water for 2 days, but that they were going to cut the water, so you would just have to preserve what you have at your house for a couple days. But it doesn't mean nobody there. It's fixed now. We have not gone without water throughout the time that they were fixing. I do know that the colonias that were up higher were going to be the ones more affected, but it wasn't that big of a deal. They fixed it right away. I don't know why he would make it seem like it's not. Okay, somebody said there was a new video. There was a new Carlos video when we were live. Very intentional on her moves. Don't let them shake you. White people will depend on intimidation and racism. That's exactly what she's done for years. Absolutely. My point in narrating her history, you know, is it gives you, let me ask you something. Some of you have been around for the full series, the drama and stuff, but now knowing what you know about Candace's story, does it hit the same when you see what's happening between her and I? When you see what she's done here in Mexico, what she's doing, the collabs with the other creators, the Carlos stuff, the build of the house, the MBA, like, does it hit the same? I believe your brother was able to tie her to Moctezuma. He was. My brother tied our family to Moctezuma. But we also have lineage to the Spaniards. So, yeah. We are not the same, though. We are not part of the Mormon militia. Sorry. Somebody said play not like us, and that was very fitting. Was probably the newspaper's name. Yeah, and now that we've gone even farther back, the Seeley family loved the newspaper. Like, they posted everything. The birth and marriage announcements, and even the anniversary of the Seeley parents was posted in the newspaper. The story encapsulates how I always seen white people in plus 5 decades of American life. She tried to silence you in your own country like she did silencing Carlos and Fidel, facilitating their reporting. Yes, that part. She has been weaponizing the system, and she's used to that. And her family is used to that. Her family built the system that silenced minorities. Her family built the system that pushed out minorities. Her family built the system where they took up all the space that didn't belong to them, which is the same thing that she's doing in Mexico. She's taking up all the space. All the space. It's her or nothing. Front covers. Candace. She's colonizing the damn niche. And now you see why. It's in her blood. I wonder if it's even self-conscious and she has no knowledge of it. I guarantee, I do feel like we probably know more about her lineage than she does. She's probably so unaware of where she comes from and why she is the way that she is. And why her family is the way that she is. Since Candace published everything, how come there's not a wedding picture anniversary with any of them? Even with, well, we know why. Because even with Ferguson, why is there no wedding picture of Ferguson? Because the dad wasn't in support of it. It was super, like, controversial, probably. Carlos is a scout lining to help the colonizers conquer. Absolutely. Carlos is just as bad. Carlos is a self-hating Latino. I'm sorry. If she'd pass, imagine what her president of Pueblo is like. I guarantee you she treated some people badly. They just don't have a voice. Knowing where she comes from, do you really think she moved into Asisintla respecting the indigenous, the local people that live there, respecting their culture, their ways, and their language? Knowing where she comes from, do you really think she moved into Asisintla like a respectful outsider? No, she went in there, and I'm the town celebrity now. It's all about me now. I'm gonna build the biggest house. I'm viral. People love me. People gonna know about me. She did not go in there humbly. She went in there, took up all the space. No MBA newspaper clipping. Yeah. I mean, in fairness, she had moved out of the town, but even the other marriage announcements list that, certain family members were attending BYU. She's bulldozing the town, yeah. Let me go check the comments. TikTok is so mad. I posted a few replays of yesterday's whiteboard presentation. They're so bad. Sister Burden CSI. Yeah. Okay, I do need to clean up the family tree. So let's do this. Do you guys want to take a break or just watch me do it and eat? I do need to eat. Can we please see the pic in Candelaria and Christopher Columbus? Yeah, the haters will give you traffic. So how long have we been live? 2.5 hours? Okay, we got about an hour and a half left. We gotta cap it at least 4. I saw her in a recent video. Someone asked if she had no pics of her wedding. She said no, since she got married while she was in jail. But wouldn't you have something married in church to convert to Catholic? She isn't married in the church. She's not married in the church yet. She says to be a full-blown Catholic, but there's no pictures of that either. There was no announcement for her and Fidel. There was no birth announcement for Diego. Sad. All right, let me go grab a bowl of food really quick. I did make lunch. Let me go grab a bowl of food really quick, and then we'll set up to clean up the whiteboard. And I want to organize a family tree with some pictures and just make space for other stuff. Okay, quick BRB. Hi, chat. I'm back. Sorry, I chose to shove my food down in like 3 minutes to get it over with. Ate a really quick bowl of rice, tinga, and a full avocado. That was quick. That was like a 5-minute lunch. I just don't like eating on live and like talking at the same time. So I'd rather just eat it really quickly. Sorry if that was long. This is a good segue into the part 2-ish where we start working on the whiteboard. Where did she go? Honey, I missed so much today. So I was taking a quick break to just eat some food real quick, get a drink, and just take a quick break. Am I muted? No. Step out and come back in. Muted. It shows that my audio is picking up, so just exit and come back. Okay. Camera 2. All right, so I'm gonna clean up the whiteboard. Okay, so this next part of the live, I'm sorry if it's boring, but I want to clean this up, make it smaller. Now that we've pieced together who everybody is, where everybody goes, I'm going to take a picture of it and then erase it and then start playing. I want it to maybe take up only half of it, so we have the other half. Okay, so now that we know who everybody is, and then I'm also gonna add some pictures just to make it a little bit more interactive. Okay. So it starts out with Cornelius. How am I gonna tie this? Should I... Okay. First, we'll start here with the very top is gonna be Calvin Moore. Okay, I think he's very important. Calvin Moore. We're gonna do it in black. Bessie, took us man out with your last video. I know, and I'm not even done. I'm not even done posting my replays. Okay, Calvin. We don't know when he was born, but he died May of 1908. Okay. He ties into Wilmetta Steele. Wilmetta Steele Moore. Okay. And Levi Earl. Okay. He connects here. She connects here. Wait, is that good? Because I'm trying to show how they... Okay, Levi Earl. Okay, they get married. I'm just kind of winging it, okay? Married. From this marriage is born Drannon Steely. Drannon Steely marries Zelda. What was Zelda's name again? Zelda. Chat, remind me of Zelda's. maiden name? Zelda was... Chat, really quick. Does anybody remember Zelda's maiden name? Zelda Gardner Lott? No. No, it is Zelda. Zelda Gardner Lott. Okay. Drennan is born on 12/6 of 1910, and Zelda is born on 12/6 of 1911. They get married. Okay. Then Dixie Bass and from Dixie Bass is born. Who does Dixie Bass marry? Tommy. Okay, and then from here is Janet Lee Bass. Plus Daryl Smith. Marries okay, and from there is born Candace Marie Smith. Okay, and she's born 1/27/1989. We need some dates of births for Dixie Bass. Okay, so I have Zelda Drennan. I have Drennan Seeley, Levi Earl, Calvin Moore. Okay, that looks a lot better. Yes? I feel like we need more light. Okay, so I have Calvin White Moore, Private Calvin White Moore, who fought in the what did he no, he fought in the Indian War. What was the other one's chat, remember? Indian War, MX, US War, Utah Militia. Mormon Militia. Okay. Now we gotta do the paternal side, which is, I forgot, Zelda Gardner. Lavina Gardner, right here. So Adalbert. Adalbert. Joseph Lott plus Lavina Gardner. And born, he's born. I can't believe it took us 2 hours to piece this together, but it feels like it's finally coming together. Born 2/20, 1887. Lavina Gardner is born 6/2, 1883. John William Lott is his dad. Okay. Okay, and then John William Lott ties into Cornelius Peter Lott, who is in 1848. It's coming together, besties. And he's besties with Joseph Smith. Oh, Carlos went up there. Joseph Smith. Brigham Young. Yeah. We got it. Who was the Sir Carlos Don Seeley? There we go, Brother Seeley in 1846. When was the church founded, Chop? The Mormon Church was founded in 1830. Okay, we have it. We have it! And then over here is born Seeley Family Farm. I spelled it wrong. S-E-S-E-E. Seeley. Okay, that looks better, yes? check it out. So, yeah, that looks so much better. Okay, so let me do a quick run through. I know this looks a little bit, I wish I had a little bit more space, but here's how I'll explain it. Okay, so everything starts with, see, these need to be higher up. Carlos Don Sealy was named after the brother of Joseph Smith. Okay. How was he? Hold on. He's friends with Brigham Young and Joseph Smith, who are the founders of the Mormon Church in 1830. The connection between Carlos Sealy is unknown to Cornelius Peter. We're also missing the wife here, but Cornelius Peter Lott was born in 1848. He's the father of John William Lott. John William Lott fathered Adelbert Joseph Lott, who married Lavina Gardner. Lavina Gardner was born in 1883, 1887, okay? Lavina Gardner is the mother of Zelda Gardner Lott, who is Candace's great-great-great-grandma. Zelda Gardner Lott married Raymond Staley. This is the Facebook group that we found that gave us the entire lineage. Okay, so Zelda and Drannon are the parents of Dixie Bass. Dixie Bass is the mother of Janet Lee Bass, who was Candace's mom. So we are gonna, right next to, we're gonna put the relationship to Candace under each. So this is Candace's mom. This is Candace's grandma. This is her great grandma. This is her, okay, on her maternal side, right? Yeah, her maternal side. All of this is, so she's connected to Joseph Smith through her maternal side. The Gardners are how they connect to Joseph Smith. Okay, so that means that this Lavina Gardner is her great-great-grandma. John William is her great-great-great, so times 3 great-grandma. Or grandpa, whatever. And this is times 4 great grandpa. Okay? Then, this is how we tie her to Calvin White Moore, is actually on her paternal side. Through her great grandpa, Drannon Steele. Grandpa over here. And dad. That's our great grandpa. This is her great great grandma on her dad's side. Great great grandpa. That makes Private Calvin White Moore her great great grandpa. That's actually not that far away. Am I right? Hold on. This is grandpa. This is great grandpa. Oh, this is times 2. Great great grandma. Great 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 times 3. Did I do that right, chat? Can you check for me? Did I do that right? Okay. This is her mom. This is her dad. This is her grandpa. Drannon Dilly is her great grandpa. So Wilmetta Steelmore is her great great grandma, and Calvin Whitemore is her great 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 grandpa. Yes? So Calvin Whitemore, who fought in the Indian War, the Mexican U.S. War, the Utah Militia, the Mormon Militia, the Echo War, is Candace's great 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 grandpa. He died in 1908. So on both sides of the family, she has ties to colonizers. God damn. It goes deep. It goes deep because this is her paternal side. Right? No. This is all her maternal side. No, yeah. Her great grandpa. So this is from her paternal side, and Joseph Smith is from her maternal side. Oh my gosh, Candace, like you can't even escape this if you wanted to. On both sides, they're just hella colonizers. Crazy. And then Drennan and Zelda Gardner are the founders of the Seeley Farm, which is the Facebook group that we found. What do you think, chat? Okay, now, which is actually related to Joseph Smith. Yes. Yes, she is. That's crazy. So then, now we can, I think I'm ready to put the whiteboard behind me because now that I printed everything, now that we've gone through the lineage, I just want some light. Or are we okay with it over there? Do you guys like it over there better or when I had it? No, because then I'm going to have to, never mind. Let me leave it as is. Let me leave it as is. So then I'm going to post pictures. Adelbert. Sell them. I should charge for this. Okay, I'm doing ancestry shit, Candace. Just Adelbert. We don't have pictures for everybody, but the ones that we do. I don't know who the fuck that is. Janet Bass Henry. The mom. Seeley. You need a close-up? Here, let me. I know I wrote kind of small. I just wanted to have space for all the clippings and so that it doesn't take up the whole board once we've condensed it. So just pictures of the Seeley farm. This is Don Carlos Seeley. Brother of Joseph Smith. This is Adelbert and Lavina Jeanette Gardner. Okay. Anniversary, Drennan and Zelda Seeley. Okay. Janet D. Bass. I'm guessing Dixie's last name was Dixie Steely, not Bass. And then she turned into a Bass when she married Tommy. Should I put her maiden name or her married name? I think it should be her maiden. Dixie was a Steely. Is it Steely or Seely? It's like they eventually changed from Steely to Seely, no? I saw something about them eventually changing the name. They were from Steely to Seely. I think it's important to include the pictures of them at war. See how it's coming alive with the pictures? It just hits different with the pictures, no? Okay. Seely. Where did I get Steely from? We'll let us steal more. Oh, steal more. It went from steal to seal. I do know there was something mentioned on the Facebook group that they eventually changed the spelling of their name. It's Seely, not Steely. Okay, it's Seely. And it's S-E-E. It used to be S-E-E-L-E-Y, and then they went to S-E-E-L-Y. Yeah, Seely. Okay, chat. Here it is. Oh, and then we're gonna do the wedding. This is, hey, you know what, Candace? I just feel like you're welcome, bitch. This is actually cool. Wait, did you get a good look at it? Take a screenshot. I think it's good, no? Shout out to the Steely. Dixie Seely Bass. Yeah, so she was a Seely. That was her maiden name before she married Tommy. Okay, what do you guys think? Like, those are her roots. It's hard to shake. Yep. Dixie Seely Bass. Who was born in 37? He forgot the ship. Divine Kitty Power. Okay, let me check. We did good. We did good. I want to know my family history too. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, Bestie. Welcome to class. We just concluded Candace's family history, tying her back to Brigham and Joseph Smith. So, yeah, now what? Now what, chat? I think this is very interactive. Let me take a picture of this. Let me take a pic. Okay, should I do the recap? Should I get back on TikTok? Oh, you know what? Carlos Don Seeley goes over here. Carlos Don Seeley is probably goes right here. Actually, Seeley ties into Wilmetta Steele Moore because this is where the Seeley family was born. Where did Seeley come from? Steele? Where did the Seeley name come from? We need more info on Seeley because Drennan Seeley is what ties into Carlos Don Seeley, who was brothers with Joseph Smith, or was named after the brother of Joseph Smith, and he was employed by Brigham Young. That's missing. The placement for Carlos Don Seeley.
Just because you guys let me into doing this, I'll enjoy it in one of your pockets.
Thank you so much, Bestie. Joseph Smith and his brother were killed by an angry mob while they were in jail, so of course he's considered a martyr in the church. Did anyone else happen to see the video of her heading to the U.S. who looked pissed? I've seen that for the last week that she was headed back to the U.S., but I haven't seen anything concrete. Anyway, good luck. Carlos Don Seeley is, he's from 1846. And I believe he ties in, where does the Seeley name come from? Levi Earl? Was it formerly Steele and then converted to Seeley? But, okay. I believe Carlos Don Seeley goes somewhere above here. Or might be over here. Carlos Don Seeley born. He was born January 4th, 1846. Drennan was born in 1910. Let's do the math. So 1910 minus 1846, 64. So Carlos goes before Drennan somewhere. When was Wilmetta Steele Moore born? We might be off on some. We're missing a date. Carlos Don Steele is from 1846, 64 years prior to Drennan. So he would probably be Drennan's father. And that would make sense where the Seeley name came from. But according to the records we found, Wilmetta Steele Moore is his mother, and Levi Earl. Who the fuck is Levi Earl? I feel like Carlos Don Seeley should be right here. Who's Levi Earl? Calvin Moore. Family tree. I need the family tree for Seeley. Leonard. Drennan. Drennan Seeley, Utah. 1910 to 1987. That's him. Oh, he died a couple years before Candace was born. Levi Earl Seeley. That's where it came from. Levi Earl. Okay, so Carlos Don Silly has to be Levi Earls' dad. His mother, Omena Moore, was 16. He married Zelda Gardner Lott, blah, blah, blah. He lives in Drennan Seeley. Damn, even his birth certificate is on here. Drennan Seeley. That's crazy. Levi Earl Silly. Parents and siblings. Leith Moore Seeley. Carlos Don Seeley. Let me look up Carlos Don Seeley. Carlos Don Seeley is the connecting factor to Joseph Smith. Don Carlos Seeley Part 2. Oh, it took me to their page. Don Carlos went with his family from Pleasant Grove during the time. Don Carlos Seeley Part 2. In 1859, Don Carlos went with his family to Pleasant Grove. Married to Hannah Elizabeth Reynolds. Don was a deputy for 3 years. Don Carlos Seeley Part 2. Don Carlos Seeley here is the Seeley Genealogical Society. January 4th, 1846. Yep, that's him. Son of Justice Wellington Seeley and Clarissa Jane Wilcox. So we're gonna put Don Carlos Seeley. Son of Justice Wellington. God, it's just the tree that gives on fucking giving. Clarissa Jane Wilcox. Okay. In Castledale, born January 4th, 1846. Born January 4th, 1846. And he's the one that was involved in the early stages with Brigham Young. So we're going to put Joseph Smith. LDS leaders and settlers. And they employed, Don Carlos Seeley. There it is. Named after Brigham Young's brother. Okay. Do you see? The Sealy family were prominent U.S. Mormon pioneers starting with 1847 in Salt Lake Valley. Key figures include Orange Sealy, who settled Castle Day in Orangeville. William Stewart Sealy, a 30-year-old bishop in Pleasant. So, yeah, the Sealys are Mormon pioneers. There you go. Okay, can you read that okay? Does it look good? Bestie, can you do my family tree index? I should be charging for this actually, if I'm being quite honest. Candace, you're fucking welcome. So what we read about Joseph Smith and Don Carlos Sealy is that he was named after Joseph Smith's brother. Not Brigham Young, sorry, Joseph Smith's. That is what was listed in the Facebook group. Who came first, Joseph Smith or Brigham Young? Named after. Fuck, we're gonna have to do the family tree of Joseph Smith and Brigham Young at this point. Also, remember that Candace's last name is Smith. How much you wanna bet Daryl Smith ties over to Joseph Smith? How much you want to bet? If we pull up Daryl Smith, I guarantee you, Daryl Smith is tied to the original Joseph Smith pioneers. I bet you anything. Look, I haven't even looked over there yet. But that was one of my original statements when I said, oh, she's a Smith from Utah. She must be part of the Joseph Smiths. Let's look it up, shall we? Daryl Smith. Daryl Smith, Utah. That last name goes a long, long, long way. All right, his parents are Jay and Marcy. Parents Jay and Marcy. Jay and Marcena Smith are his parents. All right, here we go into the Smith lineage. So, Jane Marcena Smith grew up in El Segundo, California. Okay, let's find them then. Jay Marcena Smith. Honey, what's June 16, 2007 on your back? A special date. Daryl Lee Smith was born in Los Angeles to Jenna J. Smith, who was a long-term in Price, Utah. His wife, Callie. Candace Vidal Garcia Sanchez. Key information. Raised in El Segundo, California, and served in the U.S. Air Force before settling in Utah. If people get anything about these revelations history, it's those that put up goody two-shoes angles, because past image is the backstories they wanted to hide. Yes. 1961. Looking for lost relatives in Salt Lake City. I don't know how much we'll find. Let me do Joseph Smith family. Joseph Smith, Utah lineage. Let me start from the top. Let's see who Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith's primary lineage stems from New England roots, specifically descendants of English settlers like Robert Smith in Topsfield, Massachusetts. While he did not personally migrate to Utah, his brother Hiram Smith, including Joseph F. Smith, became prominent leaders in Utah. Well, that was Joseph Smith Jr. He is the son of Joseph Smith Sr. and Lucy Mack Smith. His grandfather, Aziel Smith, family prophesied as a descendant would revolutionize the religious world. Hiram Smith, which is Joseph's brother, was martyred in 1844, but his son Joseph F. Smith migrated to Utah in 1848. Joseph F. Smith later served as the 6th president of the LDS Church. Although Joseph Smith Jr. had 11 children with Emma Hill Smith, only 4 sons reached adulthood, and his direct biological posterity is traced through Alexander Hill Smith and Joseph Smith III. I'm tired. all I'm gonna do is this. Okay, right here. I'm gonna link them just like this. J. Smith and Marcellus Smith, they go together with Joseph Smith. I see the fussy. Okay, at this point, it's a safe assumption. And that class, and then it's kind of crazy how they all fucking kind of intertwine. Isn't that weird? Like, all of them kind of connect in some way, shape, or form. Because remember, Seeley connects to Smith this way, and Daryl connects to Smith that way. It's giving... And let me not even say it. Okay, but whatever. It's all one big fucking circle, okay? That's why they call it Small Lake City, because everybody's fucking everybody. Girl Smith had multiple. They're probably all relatives, okay? And in some way, they're all fucking related. And that class is Candace's family tree. Hold on. Come on, turn off. Yeah. They're all cousins at the end of the day. That is what we have concluded. Yeah, that was crazy, chat. They're all cousins. Yep. Damn, Candace, that took us all day to put your family tree together. But chat, does it not hit different now? That you know her history? Oh shit, I gotta transfer something real quick. Hold on. Quick break. I gotta transfer something to my mechanic so it can get started on my truck. They have repeatedly the same last name because they married their own immediate cousins. Yup. And Candace broke the cycle by marrying a Mexican. Do you see any other Mexicans up there? Absolutely the fuck not. From Gardner Law. Candace introduces the Mexican lineage. How do you think her ancestors would feel about that after they spent their entire lives fighting against the indigenous and the natives? Oh yeah, TikTok is mad. Hold on, we'll roll over in just a second. I need to do a quick transfer to my mechanic really quick. But it is ironic, no? I mean, you can see where Candace broke the cycle in a way. I don't know if it's a good thing or not that she broke it, but she married out of her race. She married out of her culture. She married out of her history, kind of. I mean, she's bound to repeat some of it because, unfortunately, I wish I could say she broke all of it, but she didn't. She's continuing some cycles down here, but she's the first one that married a Mexican. Look how far back we've gone back into her lineage. There were whites marrying whites, you know, from the same pioneer village. And then I would love to know. I am fascinated by this. I would love to know what made Candace look towards Mexicans. ¿Qué le llamó la atención a Candace from growing up in that deep of a white family? What made you come out of the norm into why was she attracted to Mexicans? I don't even think she'd ever been around one. Okay, hold on, let me Remember that the mom used to be a seminary teacher? Remember that's why mom knew Fergie through seminary. We didn't establish that she met him during seminary. But yes, she was all up in the seminary. So my point was to share how deep her roots go into the LDS religion and culture. For her to now get up here, just yesterday, mind you, just yesterday, and tell people that she is a full-blown Catholic who has been baptized, confirmed, in First Communion. And specifically when somebody asked her about her LDS background, how can you do this if you're LDS? The truthful answer should have been, I was formerly LDS, but I'm now Catholic. And I believe this is her way of denying her roots, covering up where she comes from, because she's probably ashamed, because in this community, in a community of Hispanics, in a community of people that have been systematically oppressed by people like her ancestors, that wouldn't sit well. She couldn't be one of us if she admitted where she came from. Period. No matter how much she does and how much she fucking donates and how much she wants to appropriate that deportation story, she will never be able to erase where she came from. And admitting where she comes from would have to admit that she's one of them. She's comes from ancestors who are part of the reason why borders exist. Why indigenous and natives have been pushed out from their lands, including Utah. Utah was once Mexico, you know? So Annie, how did your parents come to Utah? My dad crossed the desert and my mom entered with a visitor visa. Receipts. Daryl J. Smith, yeah. As in Petrix did Candelaria marry Fergie at the SLC temple? I don't know. I don't think so. Based on the storyline where she rushed to marry him after high school, yeah, she wants to fit in. That's why she took on 2 Mexican last names and she dropped Smith. That's a great observation, Doria. She should have. It's weird that she took on Fidel's paternal and maternal last names. Customary is just for you to take their paternal last name plus your maiden. So her name should be Candice Garcia Smith, like her children. But she took on Garcia Sanchez and completely dropped Smith. Because what would it look like for Candice Smith to be the face of deportation? Candice Garcia Smith. So in all her news articles, everywhere she goes, she's Garcia Sanchez. Candice. In fact, one of her names on one of the articles that I saw said Candice Maria Garcia Sanchez. She went from Marie to Maria. From Smith to Garcia Sanchez.
And she might still deny it till her dying
Thank
breath.
you, let's see. And she was welcomed with open arms. Yeah. Our people have been subject to the most inhumane treatment trying to make it in the U.S. while she happily goes back and forth with leisure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Que no sería sino... The proper term should be Candice Smith de Garcia. Is also, you know. So taking on Garcia Sanchez, she completely hides her identity. She completely sheds this. This is her Smith lineage, right? Garcia Sanchez, there's no mention of this. And it's funny because now her family tree is going to have Garcia Sanchez. When formerly it was Smith, Seeley, Muir, Gardner, Bass, Lott, Wilcove, and she dropped in Garcia Sanchez. I don't know, I'm sorry, that's just funny to me. I believe her taking on Garcia Sanchez was a way to hide her past and where she comes from. I wholeheartedly believe that her taking on and changing her name, because she changed her name before she blew up. Well, who knows? I actually don't know when she changed her name. But by the time she got her PPP loans, it must have been changed. right? But I believe she took on Garcia Sanchez to completely conceal her past and leave her past behind. I believe that her move to Mexico was her trying to start over because of the fuckery that she left in the U.S. She made a fucking mess in Utah. A mess. Okay, and one thing about Candace's family is she came from a very traditional Mormon family. You don't see divorces until Candace's parents. Okay, you don't, mind you, like, this is a white family that was very much about status and traditional and staying together. Look at all her great grand. The first divorce is her parents, from this side at least. You know, so she went from all this and these couples that had her great grandparents that had been together and birthed 20 grandchildren, and they had 20 grandchildren, and they stayed together. Look at Drennan, Seeley, and Zelda were together forever. They were born on the same day, like traditional love stories, right? And then comes Candace. Let me flip the whiteboard. It comes Candace dating fucking 30-year-olds, and then the Ortiz building, and getting knocked up while pregnant, and having to go back to mom because I don't know who the fucking dad is. Yeah. Ironically, what's shameful, lots of Latinos say lots of English names to be Americanized. She didn't even need to change. She didn't need to change her name. Her ancestors now shame. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Yeah, see Mulan. She's watching this from Utah with her MAGA mom sister eating craft dinner and Vienna sausages. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Yeah. All right, let me check into TikTok. TikTok is so mad at me right now. Like mad. Hey, 24 shares, 19 saves on the Candace timeline. I know that's right. Wouldn't she be taking on Fide's last names, label her as a sibling? Yes. Ew, not Miracle Whip. It's been so long since I heard about Miracle Whip. She put in the CSI. You are obsessed. Every time I come back to sleep, you're talking about something that will make us like you. Here you go and talking trash. Even if it's true, just get yourself a life and make content. Oh, so man, this lady is crazy. Serial deporter. Who's the father? Yeah, the comments are crazy. Well, I'm white skinned, but I like dark colored men. And that's not wrong with that, bestie. This was a good session. What do I got for today? I got to prep for HOA wars. People telling you que eres envidiosa. I'm like, who the hell is jealous of her with all her history? I don't know why people think I'm jealous of her. I'm just honestly invested into her timeline now. Maybe the family tree was a bit much. Okay, I'll admit, maybe the family tree was a bit much, but I wanted to give context. I've been saying she's a culturally appropriating. I've been saying she's colonizing this tiny town. Like, this context is really important. This is who Candace is. This is who she really is. She's not Garcia Sanchez. She's from the Seeley farm. She's from the Seeley farm of Smiths and Moores and Gardeners. And she grew up in a very privileged way in a tiny conservative town. And her ancestors fought indigenous people off their land and displaced them. I mean, that is so contextually important to what she's now doing here. She's repeating their history, perhaps subconsciously, who knows? But she's doing exactly what the Mormon pioneers did in Utah. She's doing it in Atzisintla. You know, I feel like it's time to put this whiteboard behind me. I kind of want to put it behind me. I want to flip it too. I wish I had two. I wish I could display both sides at the same time. because we go from this to then the back. The back. Okay, let me show you something, okay? We go from this is actually a very normal looking family tree. Nothing crazy. And mind you, I didn't put all the siblings and all the kids, okay? I was just trying to tie them to Candace. We go from this to this. Yeah. We go from that cute little family tree of Zeeleys and Smiths and Moores to fucking this. Look, the mess started, in Candace's defense, the mess started with her fucking parents. When I think dad cheated on mom, because he was remarried as soon as he was divorced. Okay? And then this over here is where I'm really just fucking concerned. This over here is where it gets really fucking crazy. You know, the Brigham Young side of the family, like, yeah, you know, crazy that you're a colonizer, but the family tree looks pretty normal until you get to Candace's parents. I do think Candace's mom fucked it up. Yeah, Candace, I'm gonna give you that much. I think you're a product of your mother. I think, and your parents, actually. Her dad was part of the problem, too. Yeah. I just know her grandpappy is part of her scam and taking the land. Imagine what the mom and sister said when they went to Puebla. Probably weren't fans. Hey, this is cool. Look, I really like this place. I like the placement. The only thing I don't like is that it blocks all of my sunlight. What if he was married to both? Maybe. Simply shows white people are messy, liberal, and racist. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I think we did a really good... I'm not live on TikTok. I was paused and it timed out. And then I just didn't restart it. Yeah, we saw them when they didn't eat with the help. We saw them when they didn't want to eat with the help. And I think that alone. Can't find you on TikTok. Oh, don't give me PTSD. Did I get banned? I'm not live on TikTok. I'm only over here. TikTok is not ready for me because I'm about to post the rest of my replays from yesterday's session, and they're gonna be mad. I was gonna go live again over there, but I needed to charge my phone. A ver. Was Candace a sister wife? Candace had brother husbands, okay? She wasn't a sister wife. She was making them brother husbands. What do you talk about? Was she a sister wife? Nah, she wasn't no sister wife. She had brother husbands before she was even of age to have brother husbands. She made them brother husbands. They ain't no sister wife over here. She said, I'm gonna be doing the pimping over here, as she should. As she should. The only props I'm gonna give her for is that instead of being a sister wife, she made them fucking brother husbands. I do think that at this point I probably know more about her history than she does. Absolutely. I don't think she's probably ever put together her family tree. In fact, that group on Facebook, like, I don't even think they've organized their timelines. It's a bunch of I love a good brother husband. I even think her Facebook group doesn't even know where the timeline is. They've just been dropping shit and memories, and we actually went through the entire group and organized all those events and put people where they go. She's probably calling her mom asking her this, probably. Besties, I'm a little winded. I am going to post some replays just here with y'all. Feel free to ask any questions. I don't know. Do you guys want to see the board or do you want to put me in the corner? What do you want? What are you feeling like? I just feel like I need to. I'm not hating to my full potential if I don't post these live replays on TikTok. Yeah. I really wanted to post the timeline about where she lived, the MBA. I think she has to know. The people that tracked her lineage, that detail, are super proud of it. But she's not in the group. Well, maybe she is. Maybe her other account, her private one. Who knows if she tracks her lineage?
At Patty X sent $1.99 cheese Maybucks. Ma, Esther, Annie are still going to quiz us?
Yeah.
Hand over mouth emoji. Smiley face emoji.
This is a closed book test, which is why I flipped the whiteboard over, okay? So, who is Private Calvin White Moore to Candace? And, well, it's a three-part question. Who is Calvin White Moore? What is his relationship to Candace? And what wars did he fight in? I love the short clips of these lives. It has people so mad. So mad. Mormons have to put their family tree together because they believe they get baptized for those who pass and were baptized to save them. I didn't know that. Great, great, great grandpa. Yes, Nessa, you're right. He's actually ×3, not ×4. That's crazy. We were able to see, you know, Grandpappy. It was Grandpappy ×3. Once I did the layout, it actually turned out ×3. Do you guys want to see it again? I feel like we should flip it back over because we've already talked to it. Let me flip it back over. I'll let you cheat on the test. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys cheat on the test. Okay, there it is. There's your cheat sheet. There is your cheat sheet. And I'm going to be over here. There's not much over here, so no les estoy tapando. Okay. Yeah, well, it's got the answers up there. All right. Who founded the Sealy Farm? My great-great-grandpappies were agriculturists. I don't even know my great-great-great-great-great-grandpappy. I only know up to my second. We don't know who's the pappy, but we know who the great-great-great-great-grandpappy is. Drennan. Drennan's mom's dad is Calvin. Yes. Open book test. All right. Hold on. We have got to add the Garcia Sanchez to this tree. It makes it funner. It makes it funner. Okay, hold on. This is where we introduce... This is where the Garcia name hops borders. Okay, hold on. Where did I put all my markers? I swear. Okay, right here. So then Candace... First, we gotta do Fergie. Sorry, Candace. Brian Ferguson is part of your family tree. So she was todo iba bien. She was keeping the family tradition, marrying another regular schmegular white man with the exception he was old as fuck. And I'm sorry, Candace. I'm sorry, but Diego Smith goes right here. Diego Smith is born. Diego J. Smith. Then, Candace, then we have Fidel over here. another D kid? Dylan? No. What's the other kid's name? Damien and what? Dominic. Not Dylan. There it is, chat. Candace is the first in her family tree to have 2 husbands. They're all D names. Why though? Why did she go for D names? Oh, I forgot to put Mary. Mary. They were married in 2012. They were married in 2016. Damn, Candace, you fucked up the family tree. D for deported. Yeah. Sorry, Diego goes under her branch with Brian because he was born during their marriage. D. I mean, I named all my kids A names because my name is with an A. Maybe for Daryl. Dad's Daryl Smith, so Damien, Dominic, Diego. They were married in 2008. Oh, you're right. They were divorced in 2012. Sorry. You're right. Thank you for that. Married. They were actually married in 2007, not 2008. There you go. Mm-hmm. Baby's name is Damien. Whatever. However it's spelled. I guess I should put married 2007 till 2012. She was married to Brian Allen Ferguson for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 5 years. Damn. Why couldn't it be Francisco or Fernando? Yeah, notice how all the kids' names are still white names. Damien, Dominic, Diego. I mean, Diego te la paso, but... And how come they don't have no middle names? Oh, no, they do. They do. I forgot, but they do have middle names. So it's wait, I really think she probably did get kicked. I didn't think about that. She probably got excommunicated from the LDS. The LDS will kick you out if you do crazy shit. Probably when she married fucking Brian. Yeah, that happens actually. You can get excommunicated from the LDS church. It would not surprise me that she got excommunicated when she married with the fucking scandal with her and Brian. She left home and marries Brian and then gets involved in all the other shit on the other side of the board. Maybe that's why she's Catholic. Mm-hmm. No, the kids don't have a middle name like Carlos. It's something white. You could tell she named her kids, not Fidel. Look. I just saw, I had one of the kids as something in here. Dominic's middle name is Lee. Diego's J. I forgot Damien's middle name, but so J, Lee, all white names. I forgot the Damien's middle name. Why not Fidel Jr.? Exactly. Ask yourself why she didn't name her sons Fidel? That's customary. That's tradition. To name at least your oldest after the father. One of them. 3 sons and none of them named after the dad. I wonder why. Are you ready for the walkthrough of the timeline? Are you ready for the walkthrough of the timeline? Fidelito. sorry, I'm posting a live replay on TikTok.
We're just gonna go through the address timeline and tie it into her roster, okay? So
Jose Fidelito, it's funny. Not even as a middle name.
but she married Ferguson in June of 07, which tells me
Infidelity.
she's living in Salt Lake County because he's been living in Salt Lake County since his first divorce and since court records that.
The clearest grounds cited include apostasy, defined as repeated open opposition to church teachings or leaders, serious sexual transgressions such as adultery. We know she cheated on Brian Allen Ferguson. Legally, by the book, she had 2 full-blown relationships while she was married to Brian. Like, that's got to be some type of rule that you at least got to get divorced before you popping out new babies and, you know. Fidel can't even pronounce the kids' names. Probably Diego. Damian. Dominique. Was Garcia Sanchez. No, they're still Smith. Ask yourself why she did let the boys keep their Smith last name. Because eventually they're going to go back to the U.S. and they're going to need a white last name. Because you do know, like, it's a fact. You go up there with the Garcia Sanchez, you're going to face discrimination because you're Mexican Latino. You go up there with a Smith, you receive a job application with a Smith versus Garcia Sanchez. There's a reason why she let her boys keep Smith and why she didn't keep Smith. When she calls the 911, she's a Smith. Yeah. Yeah, so when they go back to the U.S., it reads like a white name. She's been she's known that. It's why she's kept Diego going to school in the U.S. She has no intention of raising her kids as real Mexicans. YouTube live replay. People are so mad on people are so mad on TikTok. This is funny to me. He calls the youngest Damon. Damon? ¿Como demonio o qué? Güey, dile Damián. Smith for the welfare check, yeah. Thank you, bestie.
At Adriana I. Rodriguez sent $5 cheese Maybox. Candace didn't document her life events with newspaper announcements. She documented with police reports. Playful face emoji.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's true, because her family, but that was probably the social media back then, newspaper. But yeah, they narrated everything in the newspaper. But you don't see much of Candace except for like Student of the Week when she was a kid, which was obviously in her parents' control. Come in.
City's on fire again.
Why?
I don't know, there's lit fire next to Costco.
That's the Costco?
And grass is just on fire.
That's no one. Okay, thank you. I'll be out soon. Free Fidel. Oh wait, so is she actually on her way back to the United States of America? Probably a welfare check. She's gotta go check in for welfare benefits or something. In the middle of the school year? In the middle? Right after Semana Santa? Why wouldn't you go during Semana Santa when the kids are out of school? Wait, is she actually going? Let me go look.
Laguerita73 sent $1.99 cheese Maybucks.
Thank you so much, Mireya. I haven't dropped in the chat yet, but for those of you that have sent in tips, super chats, Venmos, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for taking care of my time on these live streams. Just drop the tip line into the chat if anybody wants to send a special shout out as I try to keeping up with Laguerita70, see if she's going on her way back to the United. Free the cougar. I haven't. Bitch, tell me why I look up Laguerita and my whiteboard comes up. You, Laguerita70, Annie's whiteboard. The timeline. It must be trendy. Okay, wait. I don't see nothing about she's on her way back to United. YouTube? En el YouTube? The YouTube. I haven't been keeping up. Sorry, Candace. I've been too busy trying to keep up with the damn... I don't see anything about her going back to the United States. I've been seeing that comment all over my videos for the last week or so. Probably gonna find out about suing you. Good luck up there. Okay, although I did call to check on our grammar request for the Ortiz files today. Remember I had requested to expedite it. I was told my request was handed over to paralegal. That's interesting. I don't know if that's customary. And then I asked him, she told me that they have 10 business days to respond, which would be on May 4th, but that they had received a high volume of requests. She didn't say just like for that report, but she says that they're working with a lot of recent grammar requests and that it could be possible that it would go past the 10 days, but the 10 days for when they owe me a response is May 4th. And I asked her, even though I expedited the request, and she said yes. So what does that mean? I don't know why they would hand my request over to a paralegal instead of a records officer. Could it be possible she sent in, I was going to ask, but I was like, nah, let me just give him time. But it didn't make sense because when you request expedited turnaround, it's supposed to be faster than the 10 days. And then she's already like setting the stage for it to take longer. So it gave me the vibes of the last request. But we'll see. We shall see. I would assume that the Ortiz files should be easier to get a hold of than the other ones, because the Ortiz files, it's a fraud case, it's a forgery case, it's not a domestic violence. All right, the timeline. Let me go to the timeline. Where are you seeing that Fidel was mad? Fidel's just busy. That man is busy. I don't really go on IG. She has me blocked on IG, so I don't see any of her stuff.
On DUI, this is the same address listed. So he lives here until he's deported in 2010. Okay. Now, going back to Candace's timeline. You ready for the walkthrough of the timeline? He lives in this apartment. She moves out of this complex. November of 2009 at the same complex. So, for at least a couple of years together, and there is no protective order in place. So likely they're running into each other talking. He's still living. On the first charge, at Candace's home when he's a... Okay, so she files for protective order. Okay, so
I'm trying to do my replays, guys. Sorry.
she files for protective order in 2008. That protective order is also tied to an arrest. And
I believe there's a reason she periodically goes back to the United States. I've noticed she goes back quite frequently. There's a reason she keeps going back, unrelated to my series, and I think it has to do with trying to maintain residency or having to check in with something for benefits, algo. I believe that her frequent going back to the US has something to do with something financial. It just doesn't make sense. Especially why, if she's going back right now, we just had 2 weeks off of school. Why is she flying back right after a long school break?
Charge that Ortiz ends up with, where he was in possession of a fake social security card at Candace's home when he was arrested. In her request for protective order, she states that he was arrested due to domestic violence, but the arrest records indicate something different. Okay, so after that protective order, they break up, or maybe they get back together, I'm not sure. He lives in this apartment building until November of 2010 when he's deported. He went AWOL on the first. We're just gonna go through what the arrest records indicate something different. Okay, so after that protective order, they break up, or maybe they get back together. He lives in this apartment building until November of 2000. He lives here until he's deported in 2010. The first charge, when he was rearrested, until he's deported. This is the same address listed. So he lives here until he's deported in 2010. Okay.
Well, Ferris, I wouldn't.
Now, going back to Candace.
Do we move on to the back side of the board?
Candace means Fide.
We're still on the family tree.
2008. Complex where her ex-boyfriend is pregnant. Now this is very telling because apartment unit, which is unit 10,
She often goes to the States. Let's try to make a timeline. How often does she go back? Every 6 months?
oh yeah. Hold on, let me get there. So he is, as of 2008, so he lives here until he's deported in 2010. Okay. Now, going back to Candace's timeline, Candace meets Fide in November of 2008 while she's still living in
Laguerita, school money for something. If we can create a timeline of how often she goes back, it would be telling. Fide should have. Why ask herself why she hasn't made it, and why are none of the boys named after their dad? Both of my boys are named after their dads. Axel has his dad's middle name, and Andre has his dad's first name as his middle name. It's culturally, it's a thing. Timeline part 2. Like most Mexican boys are named after their dads. I don't know about white people, but oh, she reposted a very film last year when she went to the States. Yeah, I didn't see anything new that she's on her way back to the States. My son's name is Fidel Jr. after his dad. Fidelito. Yeah, I don't think she actually went back to the States. I haven't seen anything new, but I've seen people have been commenting that for all week that she's on her way back to the States, and I haven't actually seen her back in the States. I feel like I need to give a presentation, but I'm winded. I'm a little tired. I need to give a presentation on the family tree. Maybe tomorrow when we recap, we'll do a presentation of the family tree and then tie it into the back side and do a history. Yeah. So next live, I don't know if it'll be later tonight or maybe tomorrow, but I'll start with the family tree, the lineage, and then I'll flip it over and go into her. Yeah. Debería haber videos en español sobre todo eso. La gente de luego le va a gustar saber el chisme. Lo dudo mucho, en verdad. Lo dudo mucho. siento que en verdad la gente no está lista o preparada para escuchar la verdad sobre esa mujer. La tienen muy como idolizada. La ven como un dios, una diosa. Y en verdad siento que los tienen todos muy ciegos y que no hay ningún interés de encontrar su verdad. Para mí sí, porque saben que pues yo he estado tratando con ella por años y pues me ha hecho muchas bodas sucias que me interesó saber con quién estoy lidiando. Pero no creo que, I just don't feel like the world is ready to hear the truth about Candace. That's why I defend her so much. But I think that there will come a time. I think there will come a time when it's not coming from me and she's gonna fumble. Fidelito Smith. So we did anyway. My son has the same as Heavy. Yeah, for having popped out 3 sons. If they have a girl, guess what do we think she's gonna name her? If they have a girl, I would be willing to bet she's gonna name her Janet. Something. Middle name's gonna be Janet or Zelda. Yeah. I've been saying all en español los videos para que Fidel sepa qué pedo. Fidel dudo mucho que ni tenga redes sociales. Para ser sincera, no creo que Fidel tenga redes sociales. Are you guys done with the whiteboard for now? Can I come back? I miss you guys. I didn't name my son after their dad. His name was ugly. No, I feel you. Walter's name was ugly. Walter wanted me to name Axel Walter. I was like, I think the fuck not. Best case scenario, I'm giving him your middle name, which is Daniel. No, I'm not naming my son Walter. Because the only other Walter I ever heard of was fucking Walter Mercado. Since when is Walter Walter a Mexican last name? I don't know what his mom was thinking when she named him Walter. Walter. En español, Walter. Sounds like con G de guasón. You know? Fuck no, I wasn't naming him. And then he wanted me to name Juji's after his mom. His mom's name is Etelvina. Got me fucked up. I'm not naming my daughter no Etelvina. Sorry. He wanted me to name her Etelvina because she was born on her birthday. No, sir. No, sir. He wanted me to... fuck would I look like walking around with a Walter and a Etelvina? No, thank you. No, thank you. Imagine. Ay, no. Qué bueno que no. De hecho, I let Walter help me name Juji's. I wasn't gonna name her Aurora. No. Alondra. I was gonna name her Alondra. Alondra Mia. He didn't like that, so we changed it to Ariel. Alondra is also a Disney princess. This Antrasi has much more info than I can get on myself. I find it fascinating.
At Darlene Canales 24 sent $4.99 cheese Maybucks. This ancestry has so much more info than I can get on myself.
This Serafina's funny. I find it fascinating that we were able to find all of this on social media. It's also kind of trippy. Like, look at how her entire life is on the internet. Her entire family's life is on the internet. Just like my name is so bad, Gregoria. Georgie. Check the Family Search website. Honestly, I'm tired. I'm tired of searching for her shit. I don't even want to look for her shit no more. I have enough to tie her back to fucking the Mormon pioneers. That's what I was trying to do with this family tree, is tie her back to colonization, Mormon pioneers, Joseph Smith, and Brigham Young. The whole point of the family tree, I really don't give a fuck about no Drin and Zilly, grandma, great grandma, Zelda, Levi, John, none of that shit. I don't give a fuck. But I wanted to piece it together so I can show you exactly how I tied back her lineage and her roots to being a direct descendant of colonization and a lot of other things.
Edits Me Fabs sent $4.99 cheese
Thank you,
Maybucks. Bestie, congrats on hitting 45k subscribers.
Oh my gosh, yes, I'm so excited. I have a video that's going semi-viral. It's my first viral YouTube video short. It's the one about sending my kids off to the US without Mexican passports. And it's getting like, I think it's past 600,000 views, which is why the shorts have been like a really good way to get new viewers. I'm trying to really put some consistency on my shorts because that's how I've been able to grow my channel. And my goal is to grow my channel by the end of this year to 100K. So thank you so much for forming part of it. A mí no me queda dar nombres feos because look at me. My bestie Americas. Hey, you know, I'm America Fiera or Fiero, whatever her name is. That was funny, bestie. She's ain't got no room to talk. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, my middle name is Karen. Okay, man. When they made Karen like a viral like Karen name, like I hated my name. I've always hated my middle name. I used to cry when my sisters would call me by my middle name. Now I cry more after what social media did to the name Karen. She's a fucking Karen. Oh, I hate it. So if it makes you feel any better, my name is Karen. I knew in America. She said she wanted both sides of family to be able to say their name. They can't pronounce Fidel. They can't pronounce a traditional Mexican name. What a weird comment. I'm sorry. She had a Carlos, Don Carlos. They could pronounce Don Carlos Silly, okay? He was homies with Joseph Smith. So you named your children so your family could say their names, not because they're meaningful names to you. Oh, okay, got it. You chose your child's name based on your white family being able to pronounce their names. Gotcha. That tells you everything you need to know about Candace. Yeah. Drennan. I can't even pronounce Drennan. Dixie. Adelbert. You could have named him Adelbert. That was close. Alberto. You should name Alberto after his great-great-grandpappy. Juan. You had a John. You could have named him Juan and say you named him after your great-great-great-grandpappy. Joseph. You could have named him Jose and say you named him after Joseph Smith, pero en español, Jose Smith. Cornelius. Peter. Le hubieras puesto Pedro. And you could say you named him after Peter. Cornelius Peter Law. You could have named your kid Pedro and it would still been, you know. ¿Quién más? I see a lot of potential here to give your kid a Latino name and still have it be a descendant of your ancestors. You know? Adalberto. Ana Karen is a common name, yes. Ana Banana is better than Karenina. I think Karenina is cute. People are so mad at me on TikTok. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, TikTok, but I had to let you know. I could not do this series with my whiteboard and not tell TikTok about it. I'm sorry, Candace. Like, I've kept a lot of it exclusive to YouTube, but I just felt like, no way am I doing all this shit and not telling TikTok about it. My name is Salud. Oh, health. Sorry. My man and I have this thing where we always translate things that sound funnier in a different language. So your name is Health. Hey, this is my homie Health. Besties, if I was your bestie in real life, I would be calling you Health. I would always be making fun of your name. Yes, ma'am. This is my amiga Health. Yeah, let's see. But I'm sure it has a beautiful meaning behind it. Or you could say, Salu? Sally. Yeah, you know how you always got to find a way to convert your name to a white name, like Annie, okay? So the people can pronounce it. You could be Sally. Did you see the video some bitch made saying what is wrong with you? I haven't. But I knew that my whiteboard video would make a lot of bitches be like, bitch, what the fuck? I knew that a lot of people wouldn't understand the passion behind my whiteboard. I knew that a lot of people, especially her trolls, would be like, this girl is obsessed. She's sick, because maybe so. I think a lot of I knew that my whiteboard was not going to be well received on TikTok. I didn't give a fuck. Okay, I did it, and I'm proud of it, and I'm committed, and I got to the bottom of it. I did a lot of investigative work. I did a lot of research. This was something I've been working on for a whole month. You think I wasn't gonna show it off? You could say whatever the fuck you want about me. I think it's impressive what I was able to put together through record searches and the way that I can narrate that bitch's story better than she can, truthfully, through public records, through her family's newspaper clippings, through her family's fucking family tree. I told her story better than she did. Okay? Yeah. I take pride in that. I had to show off a little bit. I had to show off on TikTok a little bit with my whiteboard. Sorry, Candace. Sorry, not sorry. So now she can say, recently, somebody told a story that wasn't theirs to tell. They told it incorrectly. Come with me on my monetized YouTube channel so I can tell it to you the right way while I continue to lie to you about the whole thing. Okay? I want her to tell me that shit again, that I told her story incorrectly. Say that shit one more time, Candace. Who told the story incorrectly? Candace Smith. Okay? Who told her story incorrectly? And you know what? Now it makes sense. In some of her earlier interviews, she used to tell reporters that she used a different name for her privacy and safety. I believe she was still a Smith when she was doing her initial interviews. And then she changed to Garcia Sanchez. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but in some of her earlier interviews, I used to think Candace was a fake name. And I called her out for it when we got into it on YouTube in 2023 because I found a news article where they said she told a news reporter that she went by a different name to protect her family's safety and privacy because they had received death threats. But we know that Candace is her real name. So she must have been referring to her last name, that she went by a different last name for her safety and privacy, unless she's never actually changed it to Garcia Sanchez. Could it be that she's actually a Smith after all, and her alias is Garcia Sanchez? What do you think, chat? There's a reason she told a news reporter she was using a different name. Was it so people wouldn't look up Smith? Or is it because Garcia Sanchez, I can tell you she did marry Fidel, but is her name actually Garcia Sanchez, or is she just appropriating that too, and her name is actually still Smith? There is a marriage certificate. I have her marriage certificate with Fidel. Yes, I do. You want to see it? It's on here. And there was a time where we were questioning, is she even married to Fidel? But she is. She is. Court cases, grandma, it's under the grandma appeal. Yeah, so she could have changed her name, but Fidel Garcia Sanchez and Candace M. Smith. So maybe she didn't change her name and is a Smith, and that's why the kids are Smith. Her kids are Garcia Smith. So if she had processed a legal name change in the United States, what would her Mexican green card say? I've never done an immigration process here, and I know they're very strict in Mexico about names. So if her legal name was actually Candace Garcia Sanchez, her children forcefully would have been named Garcia, because the kids take the father's paternal name and the mother's first last name. I know what the boys' names are because I pulled their corpse. So the boys are Garcia Smith. So if the boys were named Garcia Smith, it tells me that whatever paperwork she presented to the Registro Civil in Mexico has her last name as Smith, not Garcia Sanchez. Otherwise, the boys would have been named Garcia. Mexico is very strict about naming your children. You can't just give your kid whatever last name you want. They take both parents' last names. So it would be listed on their Mexican birth certificate. Should we pull it? God damn it, Doria. Why did you give me the idea to pull the kid's birth certificate? I'm pretty sure I have the information to pull one of the kids' birth certificates. All right, I'm not going to show it to you guys, but I will just... don't worry, Candace. I'm not going to blast her kid's birth certificate, but I just want to confirm what is her name on the child's birth certificate. And that will tell us what her legal name is, at least in Mexico. There's 2 babies that were born here. And also, Diego has his dual citizenship as well. So... alright, I'm gonna have to pay for this, by the way. Register office, actos de nacimiento. They would use her maiden name, her last name on her original birth certificate. Well, let's see. Let's just check. I also have to pull my kids. So de una vez lo hago. I have to go into this website anyway. I have to pull my kids for their immigration paperwork to go to Canada. Only the baby was born in Mexico. She had 2 babies here, no? Okay, ver. Acta de matrimonio en línea. I wonder if she has one with Fidel. Hey there, young ladies. I wouldn't put it past Candace to lie about anything. Seriously, at this point. Reforma soy México. Adiós a perder los apellidos paternos. Sí, es cierto, Martian, yes. Pero eso pasó después de que nacieron sus hijos. La reforma fue, de hecho, creo de este año. I gotta make an account. Not now. The middle one was born in the U.S. The baby was the first to be born in Mexico. Yeah, the youngest too. Okay, here is a moment of truth. I gotta put her name exactly as it appears. So I'm gonna say... A ver. So I have to put the information. It's asking me for the mother's name to start. And I have to put it exactly as she put it on the registration. So I'm going to first try with just Candace Smith. No se encontró ningún registro con esa información. Vuelve a intentar. Wait, hold on. Acta de nacimiento en línea. Crea una cuenta, licencia. Tenemos el cuerpo de la persona cuyo nacimiento se registró. I don't know if I'm... A ver. Let me see, Candace Garcia Sanchez. Oh, solicitar la acta de otra persona. Okay, here we go. Alright, good thing I have... Okay, don't worry, Candace, don't worry. Your information is safe with me. You're in good hands, Candace. You're in good hands, Candelaria, don't worry. Okay, I'm searching for the most recent baby. It didn't find anything with Candace Smith. Okay, let me try Garcia Sanchez. Alright, let me try with datos personales. A ver. Shit. What was the baby? Oh. When was Dominic born again? Do you guys remember? We narrowed down his birth date. Can anyone go do a quick date check on the birthday for Dominic? Is the maybe it was Fidel that did the registro and not the mom. Let me try searching with Fidel's info. Okay, I have a hit. I have a hit. So Fidel did the registration, obviously, because he's the Mexican citizen. All right, it's 170 pesos to pull this. Who's got 5 on it? A ver. Okay, this will tell us what her legal name is, at least here in Mexico. I sent you Venmo. Thank you, Doria. This was also your idea, so shout out to you. Doria gave us the idea of searching this. Okay. Doria, shout out to you since it was my idea. Release the files. Okay, it's loading. Kids' parents can only be released to parents. No, if you know the information, you can pull it. I've had teachers pull my kids. Honestly, anybody can request birth certificates as long as you have the information of the individual you're pulling it from. I feel like information like this here in Mexico isn't safeguarded to the same degree that it is in the United States. This falls under public records and anybody can pull them. Candace Friesen Ortiz. It's taking forever to load the payment screen. Oh, I hope I don't lose the... Do I have my VPN blocker on? Oh, well, no shit. No shit. Linda, thank you so much for the super chat. Where are my alerts? I feel like se trabó. A ver. I'm trying to get back to the website. It kind of froze on me. Let me find out que no hay sistema, Gobierno de México. Okay. We're back to the beginning. This CAPTCHA got me fucked up. Maybe it's reviewing her objection. Alright, CAPTCHA success. Confirmar datos. Confirmar y pagar. Método de pago. Okay, guys, we're at the payment screen. Oh, pues. $170 pesotes. If it freezes at the payment screen, I'm quitting. I'm sorry about it. Oh, I was about to take a picture of a folder. Okay, do you see how frustrating Mexican government entities are? I was at the payment screen and it froze. I think I gotta start again. Endpoint request timed out. Oh, proceder al pago. Okay. Oh wait, did my transfer got kicked back. Alright guys, we're a couple steps away from the grand reveal of her legal name. Now, for anyone has anyone had a kid over here that's from over there? In this situation, I'm just wondering what forms of identification, like would Candace need to provide some form of identification? What would they base her legal name off of? She's got to provide something, no? just her original birth certificate. Does dual citizenship count? So I know she has her green card. She has her Mexican residency. I just did my boys. Frankie, tell us what the process, what identification did you need to provide? Okay, moment of truth. Here is the PDF of the birth certificate. She's a fucking Smith. Yep. So Garcia Sanchez is just her culturally appropriating Fidel's name. And nacionalidad estadounidense. So yeah. Her legal name is Smith. He was born in Chalchichomulca de Sesma. Chachicomulca. Chachicomulca de Sesma, Puebla. So there you have it. There you have it. She's a Smith. Like, para que no digan que soy mala onda. I'm going to show you just a portion of the names, of course, of the adults' names. Right. Bam. El presente registro se realiza con fundamento en el artículo 9 de la Ley de Migración. What's el artículo 9 de la Ley de Migración? Establece que los jueces o oficiales de registro civil no pueden negar a los extranjeros, independientemente de su situación migratoria, la autorización de actos del Estado civil ni la expedición de actas de nacimientos, matrimonio, divorcio o muerte. That's really interesting. Really, really interesting. She's a regular. Something is up with her immigration status. That's specifically cited in his birth certificate. That this registration was done according to Article 9 of the immigration laws. And Article 9 says that the Civil Registry Office cannot deny foreigners, regardless of their immigration status, the authorization to register births, marriage, divorce, or death. I find it very interesting. Now I have kids. I have kids here too, and I want to see if my kids also have a parent that is a foreigner. Mine doesn't list artículo 9. Mine lists artículo 35 y 48 del Código Civil del Estado de Nayarit y el artículo 53. Same scenarios where the Mexican parent, Fidel did the registration. I had to search it up by his name. I did the registration. The other parent was a foreigner. I think her green card's expired. I think there's something up with her immigration status. That is the most recent child that they've had. Dominic Lee. He was born... Oh, wait, maybe not. He was born. No, this is not the most recent one. The most recent one is Damon. Should we look up Damon, see if it says the same thing on Damon's? Let's compare. Fuck. Should we compare? She's not a. That was when the first one was born in 2019. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see. Does anyone remember? We need Damon's details again. I didn't save. I don't have his script saved. We need Damon's full name and date of birth. I know I pulled his. No, I didn't pull. I only pulled Dominic's. While I work on this, can you guys help me by finding his name and date of birth so we can see if there's a let's match up the birth certificates with a different time and see if. I know we narrowed it down on one of our lives. Maybe she's leaving often because her immigration status. One time though, she showed a picture of her residency card. Lee is Dominic's. Diego is J. Diego J. So what's Damon, the most recent one? Daryl? And I need a date of birth. So wait. Okay, hold on. I gotta do this quick transfer. So, it's Damon, but I need his exact name and date of birth to be able to pull so we can compare. And while you guys do that, I'm going to pull my own kids real quick because I got to pull my own kids while I'm in here. And I got to pee. Okay, homework. I need your help, chat. This is the interactive part of the class, okay? I need you guys to go find his exact date of birth and his full name. Well, at least the first and middle. October 18th. Are you sure? And then find me the middle name, because all her other kids have a middle name. I just looked at my boys, even though my USS says. I just looked at my boys, and even though I'm a U.S. born, it says I am Mexican because of my dual citizenship. If hers says estadounidense, she's not a citizen. She's not a Mexican citizen. I've known that. It's Daryl, Damien Daryl. All of them named after her family. None of them named after Fidel or his. Interesting. Interesting, interesante, diría Chicharrito. Okay, first let me do my kids, okay? Because I need it for their paperwork tomorrow. Are we sure about the date of birth? May she never become a citizen. That part. That part. Will this ever end? Probably not. Probably not. Sylvia's first birthday. Okay, so we have the birthday. Okay, so give me 2 seconds. I gotta balance. Okay, I'm gonna pull my kids because I need my kid for something tomorrow since I'm already in here. I had it on my list of things to do that I've been avoiding it because I hate fucking with this system. It's so annoying. So while I'm already in here, let me pull my kid first, and I'll go back to her kid. Uy, como chinga con esta. Dame the good. A ver.
At Marsha and sent $3 cheese Maybox. Hashtag free Fidel. Hashtag expose at Laguerita.
Thank you, Bestie. Alguien manda ese reporte a la presidenta de México. No, I just find it really interesting that that's cited on his registration in 2019. So at least in 2019, I think it's fair to say that she had an irregular immigration status. But I would like to check the 2025 birth and see if they included that as well. Bruh, I know. How are you gonna tell me this shit's not in here? Let me double check. Let me do a quick lookup. Let's start from the okay. All right. Let's look for Daryl. When was he born? October 18th. We're sure it's Daemon? No. You're sure that's his middle name? Where are we fact checking this? Daemon. It's not finding him. He was one of. See, there you go. There you go, doing it again. Oh, he was born in 24 or 25. I need concrete. This is what we spent 2 hours doing one day because people kept giving me different dates and years. 2024 or 2025. 10/18/2024. There's nothing for a Damon Darrell. Are you sure? How do they spell the Darrell name of it? Sure that's his middle name? Are you sure it's are you sure that's a wait, no. Are you sure that's his middle name? I'm done with y'all. Oh, Daryl David. Do we know? How are we? Who said it? Where did you, make sure you fact checking this before. Yes, come in.
Can we say uniforms in the washer or?
I say we should wash in my hand just one more day to be safe. I need how are we confirming his name is Daryl? So Daryl, y'all just pulled it out of your ass. Gotcha. Okay. Got it. I need his middle name. He has one. I know he has one. I don't think it's Daryl. It's not Daryl if he was born. If that's his real, it's on her IG. Someone go look. I'm blocked. We spent 2 hours one time doing this, and I don't think I found him. Her dad's name is Daryl J. Smith, but Diego's middle name is J, so that's not gonna be his. You think she finally gave? You think she gave Damien Fidel? Let's try it. Not Fidel. What else? What other middle names could she use? Okay. Alan? No, that's Brian's. Lee. No, we said Dominic was Lee. Mind you, Lee is Mom's maiden name. That's Mom's middle name. She's running out of family middle names. She's running out of family middle names. Jay's taken. Lee's taken. Jay and Lee. So it's gonna be something from her family. Earl, Jay and Lee are the other two boys. We had I swear there was one time where we spent 2 hours and we had narrowed down the real birthdays. Well, I think maybe we only found Dominic's, which is, and we were just trying to check what the kids' names were to see if they were actually Fidels. I don't know if we ever found the little boy actually. I did find Diego's as well. When was Diego born? 2009. 12/12? 12/11, no? Año de registro 2017.
At Maria or OS8M sent $10 cheese Maybox. Homeless, Horace a little some so your pockets can always be deep. Embarrassed smiley face emoji. I know I missed a lot, but what we the subject? Embarrassed smiley face emoji.
Thank you so much, Busty. So, Diego's curb tells me that he was registered into datos del documento probatorio was in 2017. Tells me he was registered as a Mexican in 2017. Diego was. Were they already here in 2017? It was when they had moved here. But they did it in the United States. How? How did she do this if he was over here in 2017? Nacido en el extranjero, nacionalidad México, fecha de nacimiento. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. These birth certificates are telling us something about Candace's immigration status in Mexico. So this tells me that in 2017, Diego was officially registered as a Mexican citizen, and his claim to citizenship would obviously only be through Fidel. Diego, in his Mexican documentation, does have Fidel's last name, which tells me that in the Mexican system, Fidel has assumed paternity of Diego in 2017 at least. Alright, I'm gonna do something different here. Dominic Lee versus Smith. Dominic Lee. Diego's birth certificate is gonna tell me when he was registered. He was registered in Salt Lake City in January of 2023. Wait, Candelaria. Hold on. The oldest child received his dual citizenship in 2023 in the United States. She went all the way back January of 2023. Can any of you confirm if she was in Utah in January of 2023? How the hell and why would she go all the way back to over there? When he was here, and he could have easily, unless they wouldn't do it here. So she flew back? Hold on, sorry, we have to pull this one. I'm a little Both are Lee. Damien is Lee too. She probably had to go do something in the US. Yep. Can any while I'm researching this, can any of you guys go back on her content and tell me if she was in the US in January of 2023? All right, who's got 5 on the next research fees? This one's only 98 pesos. Hey, where'd it go? Oh, please. It took me all the way back to the beginning. Fuck me. It logged me out and made me start over. This is why we're gonna be here for like 5 hours. Both of the youngest boys' middle name is Lee. Okay, let me try searching. Daemon. We said 1018, right? June 2023. She did his registration January 2023. Daemon, yeah, Lee. Is not coming up on that. Are you sure that's his birthday? 2024. I have 10/18/2024. Lee is the middle name for the youngest kid, and it's not coming up. Just a blog where they went to Mexico City to do dual citizenship for Dominic. Why would they need to go to Mexico City? Something sounds fishy there. About to pull. She probably had to go back to the US and modify his birth certificate and include Fidel.
At Frankie Eki sent $4.99 cheese Maybucks. Research fees. BTW. Abogada Ani, do you happen to know if it is true that if you do become dual citizen, lose the benefit of U.S. consulate legal help?
I've never heard of that. I don't think that's correct because just being a citizen means you have the right to their help. I don't think that's right. Because you're technically still a citizen, even if you have dual citizenship. Yes, sir, if we have to start over. U.S. birth certificates can also be pulled online. Really? I did not know that. If there was a modification, it would say so on the birth certificate, on the current one. It will list the history of modifications, especially if there was a name change or paternity established after he was born. So, yeah, she was in U.S. in June 5th. Let me keep checking for January. This is gonna turn off, by the way, our board camera, but I think we're done using it, huh? Dude, this government site is such a pain in the ass. Now I realize why I haven't pulled my own kids for a minute. They do this thing where they require you to, anytime you're doing trámites with the birth certificate, you have to get a fresh copy. I don't think Fidel was on his American birth certificate, and he had to be on it to have access to his claim to dual citizenship. So she would have had to have gone back to the U.S. to modify that birth certificate. But how could she have modified it without him being there to assume paternity, would be my question. I guess I'll have to look into that a little bit more on what the process would be in Utah for that to happen. All right, 98 pesos on research fees to pull the other one. Shout out to you besties that are part of the research fees. All right, here comes this is gonna give us some answers on the who's the pappy. Oh, pues. I typed in my card wrong. Hazme el gran favor. We were almost there. I think I typed in my card wrong. I should take a picture of that. A power of attorney? I don't know. I know she didn't open up any court cases. No civil proceedings. Maybe he sent something to the consulate, which is why she did it at the consulate. All right, here comes the moment of truth on the who's the pappy. Now this is interesting. On Diego's birth certificate, there are no notes about Artículo 9 de la Ley de Inmigración. And this was done on fecha de registro 2017, but this said 2023. And she's listed as Smith on his as well. So I think Garcia Sanchez is her alias that she uses for privacy and the safety of her family, right? Her real name is still Smith. Okay, where? It's very interesting that on Diego's birth certificate, there are no notes, like on the second baby, about foreigners having the right to register their kids regardless of their immigration status. So this was done in 2017. Se extiende la presente copia con fundamento en artículo 14 del Reglamento del Registro Civil de la Ciudad de México y de conformidad con el artículo 26 de la Ley de Entrega y Recepción de Recursos de la Administración Pública, con el oficio 1 de noviembre de 2024, por medio del cual se designa a la suscrita como encargada de esta dirección general. November 2024. Something's funny here. Something's funny here. His registration paperwork says, oh no, sorry. Fecha de registro is January 23rd of 2017. Sorry, not 2023. I forget that you know how in Mexico they put the date first instead of the month? Sorry. So registration date was June 23rd, 2017. Municipio de Registro, Estados Unidos, Salt Lake City. So she did this at the consulate in the United States in 2017. But there is a note that's dated November 1st, 2024. Let me read this again. Se extiende la presente copia certificada con fundamento en el artículo 14 del Reglamento de Registro Civil de la Ciudad de México y de conformidad con el artículo 26 de la Ley de Entrega y Recepción de los Recursos de la Administración Pública de la Ciudad de México y con el oficio número de fecha 1 de noviembre de 2024, por medio del cual se designa a la suscrita como encargada de esa dirección general. All right, we need the third one. Okay, this is what I take away from the second kid's registration, because it had a specific note about Article 9 of the immigration law that says that foreigners have a right to register deaths, births, and marriages regardless of their immigration status. If she had a current green card, why would that have been listed? In Diego's birth certificate, there's no notes about that because she did it in the United States. She wasn't in Mexico when it was done. Now, it was done in 2017. When was Fidel deported for the second time? 2017. He was deported in August of 2017. So this was done before he was deported. This makes sense. So he registered, what's his bucket, right? He was deported in 2017. Yep, he got apprehended in 2016. And then served a year in prison and got deported right after in August. So he was registered in January of that year of 2017 while he was still there. And they were able to do it because with Fidel in jail, the consulate can reach out to Fidel and verify all this stuff. Who's the pape? Under Mexican law, Fidel. And it says that the document that was provided to verify the relationship, if I'm reading this correctly, was the original birth certificate. We gotta find the third kid, y'all. If we find the third kid, it will give us her current immigration status in 2024. when the second baby was born, she didn't have status, or at least proof of it. So when did she claim she got her green card? Because that kid was born in 2019. The same note is on Dominic's about se extiende la presenta copia certificada con fundamento en los artículos blah 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 de Puebla. So for Diego, that's because he did the consulate. So yeah, there's some discrepancies in the there's some clues in the birth certificates. So in 2019, she didn't have status. Now, I guess that would make sense that she hadn't obtained her. So she had only been living in Mexico for 2 years when the second kid was born. AG has the arrival announcement 10:25. Nope. At least it's not Lee. April 2024, she said she'd be applying for Mexican citizenship. I don't know about that. His first name is a family name. There are no Damians in her name, in her family. Absolutely not. She lied to you. There's absolutely no fucking Damians. What if his name is Daryl Damien? Let's try that. Maybe she named him. Maybe it's backwards. Maybe it's Daryl Damon. It's thinking about Daryl Damon. In 2009, it appears she was unlawfully here. She didn't have immigration status in 2019. It was an important name to her and her dad. Daryl. Maybe Daryl's a first name. What did we say? Are we sure about the birth date, y'all? I'm doing 10/18. It's not Daryl Damon. Maybe on Dad's side? Don Carlos? Thank you, Sabrina.
At Sabrina Thomazian 5397 sent $1.99 cheese Maybucks.
That's her email. Okay, while you send that over to me, can I take a quick potty break? It was an important name to her and her dad. Dad's name is Jay Smith. What's Jay's middle name? Daryl Smith's dad's name is Jay Smith, but what is Jay's middle name? It's not. She was at the hospital 10/13. Pues. I gotta pee, but I'm locked in right now. Okay, it's not Daryl. Oh, Daryl Lee. Damien. I don't think you guys have his birthday right. Looking at her family tree. Tommy? Damien Tommy? Tommy Bass? She announced on IG 10/25/24. But she's posted happy birthday posts, no? What are she posted him like the happy birthday a year, Lee? I'm pretty sure somebody said she posted his happy birth his 1 year happy birthday.
At Dulce77 sent $4.99 cheese Maybox. Keep it going, you can do it. Cheese Maybox.
I need to find out what Daryl's dad's middle name was. Because Daryl, her dad's name is Daryl J. She already gave J to Diego. She gave Lee to Dominic. So that doesn't leave. She already gave both grandparents' name to one of the other two boys. So if we go up in the family tree, next is Jay Smith. Jay Smith and Tommy Bass. Jay Smith is Daryl's dad. So whatever Jay's middle name could be Daryl's, or could be Damien's. So she said, Damien, like I said, is a last name. It's the name of someone in my family who was not only important to me, but also to my father who recently passed away. I will not change your name to appease anyone on the internet or because someone is convinced they will bully you. Because the reality is bullies will find anything to bully someone else. Changing their name won't change someone from bully behavior. So Damien, she was getting some slack about the spelling. She said it's somebody's last name. There is nobody on the family tree with the last name of Damien, you fucking liar. All right. Thank you to those who have left beautiful and kind comments. I understand there are some who do not like the name we have chosen and some who are confused on its meaning. This is a family name from my side, meaning it is an English name, not a Spanish name. There is nobody on her. Nowhere. Nobody's named fucking Damien. Nobody. When you put in translator, it does not translate correctly to Spanish because of its spelling. A variation of it is Damon, which stays the same in translator. However, it is a traditional spelling of the name, which means protective spirit. Again, it is a family name. It is also a name that everyone on both sides of our family can pronounce, as I saw concerns about our family here not being able to pronounce it. They have no issue pronouncing it. We will never please everyone, nor is that something we are concerned about. The name is special to us, particularly me, which is why it was chosen, and that is all that matters. No matter what name we would have chosen, someone out there would have disliked it. That's life. Again, if it's okay if you don't like it, there's no need for negativity. So she was getting some heat about the damn name. There is nobody on this fucking family tree that's named Damien. Not a last name. No, and we've searched high and mighty. You have the mother's family tree. I have the father's. Well, I don't have a ton of the fathers. You're right. We don't have much of Daryl. We have Daryl. We have Jay Smith. All I have on Daryl is that his dad is Jay Smith. So you're right. We gotta search the fucking family tree for the dad again. I don't want to. I don't quiero. Just give me the damn name, damn it, Candace. We're gonna find it. Fuck, just give it to us. I just want to see. Are you unlawful in the Mexico? What if she created it by putting two names together? Day and Mon. Isn't it his name Damon, not Damian? His name is, I'm sorry, but the spelling reminds me of demon. Ever. Damon J. Smith. J. Smith. Alright, we need the dad's obituary. Damon Smith, J. Smith.
At Sabrina Thomazian 5397 sent $1.99 cheese Maybox. What's the pappy's name?
Alright, we gotta search the Daryl family tree. Daryl Bernard Smith. But it could also, she could also be fucking lying. The bitch is such a liar. Okay, Daryl Smith. He was born in California to Jay and Marcina Smith. We need to find Jay and Marcina Smith. And they were from California. I got nothing. Have we tried Damien J. Smith? We don't even have his birthday. Do we even have? Okay. First things first, bestie. Let's go back to basics. We need to get a concrete birthday. We need to solidify the birthday. Is she allowed to buy land at all? No, she's a foreigner here. I gotta take a quick potty break. Give me something, okay? Give me something. Where's my BRB screen? Give me something when I come back. All right, chat. Give me something. Give me something. Tell me you have something concrete. Yes? Her post on IG from the 18 with his maternity pics. I sent you stuff an email. Thank you. Have it. I'm surprised she didn't announce his full name. 1 year ago today, 4 days before giving birth to Damon, I lost my dad. Okay, hold on. Here it is. 1 year ago today. Okay, do the math. October 14th, 1 year ago today, 4 days before giving birth to Damon. So the 10th? I lost my dad. When did her dad die? This gives it away. Hold on. Candace, I feel like she'd be sending out some fucking riddles. When did dad die? October 14th, 2024. 4 days before giving birth to Damon. No, so the 14th. So he's born the 14th. We got it. All you bitches that told me the 18th. Minus 10 points. Big F for all of you that said the baby was born on the 18th. She tells us right here. 1 year ago today, her post is on October 14th. 4 days before giving birth to Damon, I lost my dad. So wait. So if dad died on the 14th, the baby was born on the 18th. Okay, I'm sorry. Take it back. Sorry. I take back my regañada. I'm so sorry. So sorry. 1 year ago today, 4 days before giving birth to, so 10/18. Oh, and in 2024, she said she posted a picture of her green card and said she'd been a resident in Mexico for 7.5 years. How is that possible when on the birth certificate in 2019? All right, let me do the math. What's 24 minus 7.5? She claims to have been a resident since 2017. So as soon as she got here, she became a permanent resident. I call bullshit. On that. Or maybe, did she? Candace, bitch, keep on with your life as a full-time job.
At Onel2606 has purchased a membership.
Thank you for upgrading, bestie. Welcome. This girl keeps sending me on riddles. Okay, so the baby was born right after the dad died. So it makes sense that she named the baby something to do with the dad. The middle name has to do with the dad. She said something special to the dad. We know dad is Daryl J. Smith. What is dad's full name? Daryl J. Smith was born in Los Angeles, California to Jay and Marcina Smith. I need to know Jay's full name. Whatever Jay's middle name is going to be this kid's middle name. I swear, all these are riddles. I feel like she's sending us on riddle chase. Just tell us, Candace. So why didn't she announce what's the birth announcement? She didn't announce the full name? Just Damon? What if he doesn't have a middle name? Maybe it's just Damon. Nope. He's got a middle name. Versus Smith, 10/19/2024. Maybe someone important in LDS church with J. Reading comprehension is important. Baby was born 4 days before dad died. No. Baby was born 4 days after dad died. Dad died 4 days before the baby was born. Okay, class. Good job. Good job. We got the birth date down, 10/18. Now we need the damn middle name. I keep going back. Somebody sent me a really good screenshot about the name. She explained the baby's name and said it was something tied to the dad. That was somebody's last name. We need Daryl's grandparents' names. Read it again. U.S. citizens are allowed to register the babies on foreign land through a local embassy to have American state owned residency in Mexico. No. We're past that. Screenshots of what she said about the baby's name. Damon Daryl. It's not Damon. Unless she spelled it different than she's putting on social media. Damon Daryl. No, his date of birth is 10/18. We've conquered it. We have certainty it's 10/18. It's a Damon Daryl Jr. I do want to read to you what she said about the naming of the kid. It tells you she wears the pants and she's named all her kids, not Fide. Oh, the Smith tree. A ver. J. Allen. So is it Damon Allen? Garcia Smith? No. Alright. Jay's full name is J. Allen Smith. Grandpa's Harold Edgar Smith. See, Candace, you could have named him Edgar. You have some options for Latino names. Harold Edgar Smith. Helen Dora Davison. William Frederick Smith. Is it Frederick? She's never telling us his middle name, by the way. She's never gonna share this kid's middle name ever if she hasn't already. But the baby's in the obituary. Oh, is he? A ver. Alright, survived, but just the first name. Hey, in the obituary it's spelled Damon. You think she's... Alright, maybe in the obituary it is... Maybe they just don't know how to spell it. Damon. No. David Dander is a great-grandchildren. Preceded in death by his parents, Jane Marcy and grandson Nicolas. Is it Nicolas? Damon Nicolas? No. Okay. I'm looking at the Smith's tree. Okay. I don't see no Damons on here. Henry Adam Smith Jr. Daryl J. Smith. Grandpa's J. Allen Smith. Great-grandpa's Harold Edgar Smith. Helen Dora Davison. Great-great-grandpa's William Frederick Smith at C. Jane Hall. Great-great-great-grandpa is John Albert Smith. Okay, Damon Albert. We know all her kids are named with a D. And all their middle names are hella white. So she wouldn't deviate on the third kid. She named him with a D name, and the middle name is going to be something from her family, hella white. Adam? And Adam? She will never release how about Damon as a middle name? I tried that, Daryl Damon. But that wouldn't fit with how she's named them. The D is always the first name and the middle name is something different. I don't think she would deviate from how she's named the other two. I got nothing. The Smith family tree doesn't really give me much. Annabelle, because of the MBA, thank you so much. She just sent me a $3 Venmo. Bitch, I'm tired. So all we got is the date of birth, and I'm surprised, like, normal birth announcements that I've seen people share when they have babies, they always include the middle name. Isn't it spelled Damien? No, it's spelled with the AE. How about Carlos? Damon Carlos? We know she loves Carlos. I would literally die if his middle name was Carlos. People in the comments keep saying Damon Targaryen, but I know it's from a TV show. Who knows? No, I want to show you. I want to read. Sorry, let me go back to this. I want to read to you what she said about how what she named him. Okay, someone said in Spanish it would be Damian, Damian, and she responded, for more clarification, the name Damien is a masculine name of Greek origin. Here, let me put it on the screen. Y'all want to see this? I feel like y'all should see this. So it was obviously getting to her because, and maybe y'all could go see if you can find any more comments in that post, but it was obviously, she got some, I wouldn't say hate, but some pushback on the name, right? So much that she replied. Okay, look. I forgot why we're even looking for the name at this point. I'm tired. Okay. So, she said, for more clarification, the name Damien is a masculine name of Greek origin, meaning God or protective spirit. It comes from the ancient Greek word daimon and has multiple meanings, including God, godlike power, and destiny. In Greek culture, a daemon was a supernatural being who served as a bridge between gods and humans, so a demon. They were more powerful than humans, but not as much as the gods. However, like I said, this is a last name. It's the name of someone in my family who was not only important to me, but also to my father, who recently passed away. I will not change your name to appease anyone on the internet or because someone is convinced they will bully you. Because the reality is bullies will find anything to bully someone else. Changing their name won't change someone who's a bully from being bad to them or anyone else. So she tells us it's the last name of somebody important to her. It may not even be direct family. It could just be a family friend. Search Facebook. See if there's anything on that group with the last name Damon. Then she goes on to say, thank you to those of you who, and then she pinned this, thank you to those of you who have left beautiful and kind comments. I understand there are some who do not like the name we have chosen and who are confused on its meaning. It is an English name, not a Spanish name. When put into a translator, it does not translate correctly to Spanish because of its spelling. A variation of it is Damon, which stays the same in translator. However, this is a traditional spelling of the name, which means protective spirit. Again, it is a family name. It is also a name that everyone on both sides of our family can pronounce, as I saw concerns about our family here not being able to pronounce it. I'm going to be honest, as a Mexican Spanish speaker, when I look at the name, I don't know how to pronounce it in Spanish. Daemon, no sé. However, they have no issues pronouncing it. We will never please everyone, nor is that something we are concerned about. This name is special to us, particularly me, which is why it was chosen, and that is all that matters. That's very telling. I named this baby. I don't care what you or Fidel says. That's what's important, is that it's special to me, not us. No matter what name we would have chosen out there, somebody would have disliked it. That's life. Again, it's okay if you don't like it, but there's no need for negativity over a name just because it is not a name you understand. And that's what she said about the baby's name. I'm gonna be honest. It looks like when I look at it quickly, it looks like demon to me. It looks like demon, and I wouldn't, as a Spanish speaker, I would not know how to pronounce that. So that is, I call bullshit on that, where she says everybody can pronounce it. Bullshit. A local Mexican is gonna look at that and what the fuck, AB4E, daemon. In Spanish, that's daemon. That's the Spanish version. That's how people here that's how people in school. And I'm sorry, but I do think she set that little boy up for some bullying if he's gonna go to school in Mexico. The teachers are constantly gonna be tripping over his name because of the spelling. Damon or daemon is how they're gonna read it in Spanish. They ain't gonna be saying no Damien or no bullshit. It's gonna be Damon. Damon, jamon, like so many. I could already see it. Sorry. I don't think Fidel could even say that. What is it? Y'all ever heard Fidel call him? Pay attention to how Fidel says it sometime in the future, if he ever does. So yeah, the way that comment came off is that she named him, because that is a special name to her. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. She named him after the dad. And mind you, I don't think the dad fucked with Fidel. I don't think the dad liked Fidel, which is why you never saw him go to Mexico. It's why you didn't see him write a support letter for Fidel. The rest of the family wrote letters of support for Fidel, except for the dad. So imagine how Fidel feels that he don't even get a fucking say in naming his kids, and that his kids are named after her dad that didn't fuck with him. I'm sorry, Fidel. I just feel, you can tell she makes the decisions about everything. Side note, she has a short where someone asked her if she'll apply for Mexican citizenship. She says that she's been a permanent resident since 2020. Wait, can you send me that? Because I have a video where she says she's been since 2017 and can apply for citizenship in 3 years. Can you, Martian, that's really important. I need that because it contradicts it contradicts this, where she said she had been one for 7.5 years, and that would take it back to 2017. I need that, please. Let's compare, and then that would make sense. You know, I think worst case scenario, I think when the second kid was born, she had overstayed. She had a visitor visa and had overstayed, like many people do. Temp comes for permanent. No, so maybe temp in 2017. A temporary resident? Are those even a thing? I don't know. I don't know. I've never gone through that process. I'm a citizen, so I don't know. Guys, I gotta go soon. We're going on 6 hours. I'm so sorry, Candace. I was not supposed to be this long. All right. Guys, let me look. What are my numbers looking like? Sometimes I get scared when I realize I've been on here for this long. I get scared to look at what are my super chats? What are my numbers looking like? Was it worth it to be on here for 7 hours or not today? I would. Stream health, peer activity, stream settings. Give me something. If you marry a citizen, Mexico, you can jump to permanent sooner. Date of birth is 10/10, not 10. No, it's 10/18. We're not arguing about the date of birth no more. It's 10/18.
At Karina Goff sent $2 cheese Maybucks. 4 before my father died is 10/10, not 4 days after.
Let me read the riddle again. Let me read the riddle again. Okay, hold on. Okay, her post was on October 14th. 1 year ago today, 4 days before giving birth to Damon, I lost my dad. So she gave birth 4 days after her dad passed. Her dad passed on October 14th. So the baby was born on October 18th. Listen to it again. She posted this on October 14th. 1 year ago today was 4 days before giving birth to Damon. I lost my dad. 1 year ago today, 4 days before giving birth to Damon, I lost my dad. It's the 18th. So add 4 days to the 14th because her dad died 4 days before she gave birth, which was, so 4 days after he died was the 18th. No. Stop it. We're not moving the date of birth again. It's 10/18. Damn it. 10/18. Never found this on her family name. Yeah, we read this. Darlene, thank you. We just went over this. But there's nobody in her family tree, so maybe it was a family friend. Maybe it was a family friend that it's gonna bug me. The birth certificate for that kid was I wanted to see what her immigration status was. But can somebody send me that? TikTok's talking about getting citizenship. Oh, but this was on the original. Oh, I don't know. There's some discrepancy. Look, all I'm gonna say is my head hurts. My head hurts. Okay. Yeah. We've established when the second son was born in 2019, she did not have lawful immigration status. Put the riddle in chat. Ask GPT. Go ask ChatGPT if. Go put in all this information to ChatGPT and ask him, what do you think the middle name is? That's your homework, chat. You need to find the middle name. Find the middle name. Now, before I forget, I need to pull my own kids' birth certificates. Okay. Iniciar trámite. A ver, regresar a mis trámites. Acta de matrimonio en línea. October baby, what kind of that? Find whose middle name. I just think it's crazy that all of his sons are named after her and her family. The link I posted above has a comment of a chick who says Candace funded the kindergarten class her son and Dominic attended. Alright, while you guys do that, I gotta do something. So I'm gonna reply to her comment. She's never gonna release. She is never going to release that kid's middle name ever. Never in the nevers will she ever tell us. Ever, ever, ever. Carlos, a ver. Oh, they only put me down as... The last time we were looking for either one, because at the time we were just looking to see if Fidel was the pape. And when we landed on the second kids, we just called it cool because we could see that he was Garcia Smith, and then we just assumed the rest of them were. So do you ever run into Carlos in real life? Daryl's dad's middle name starts with an M. Yeah, we got it. But it wasn't it. Wait, was it? Daryl's dad's name was starts with the middle name. Okay, it's where we said possible middle name. Why is everyone saying Targaryen? Alright, let me try it. That is such a random name. Targaryen? That would be crazy. Maybe she finally let Fidel pick one. Nope. It's not Targaryen. Targaryen. I don't even know how. Dominic DeLorean. I don't even know how to pronounce that shit. Alright, while my shit is loading. That's a Game of Thrones reference. Oh. try Joseph or Brigham or Young. It's something hella white. The other kid's middle name is Lee. The other one's J. It's gonna be a 3-letter name in accordance. Maybe it's J. No, it's already. Is it J? Did she name him J too? Did she repitió? Damon J? Mm-mm. Aquí es, confirmar registro, método de pago. How come some are 85 cents, some are others? Like, that's crazy. My kids is only 85 cents. Jesse? Oh, like the brother. We haven't tried that one. Hold on. Let me try Jesse. Hold on, okay? I'm in the middle of downloading my kids that I need. Nope. It's not Jesse. Rumble. Ace. It's the same one from earlier, bestie. We're still here. We're going on 6 hours. J. I already tried J. Jax, Joe, Max. No, it's gotta be something. It's gotta be something. We have the date of birth. What we need is the name, the middle name. That's all we need is the middle name. Is that true? How about Eli? No. It's gonna follow the same pattern. All her kids have taken a grandparent's middle name. One of them has her dad's middle name, the other one has her mom's middle name. So what would she have given the last child? We're looking up the new kid's middle name. The little one. Ezekiel, y'all are fired. Now you guys are just throwing out there whatever. It's gonna be a basic white boy name like Lee and Jay. She's following the same, naming them with the D name and then a 3-letter middle name. Or maybe it's not 3 letters. Because she's naming them after a grandparent. The middle name has taken after a grandparent. We know that the 3rd kid was born right after the dad died. So that the baby was born with something symbolic to the dad. No, he ain't naming him. Bass is on the mom. She don't give a fuck about either side of the family. They don't get a say in who names the babies. They're white babies. Okay, they're white babies. She doesn't like Fidel enough to give him the last name. Where's my printer? Where's my printer cord? Damien is the son of the devil. Okay, so I was actually going to name Andre Damien. It was one of the names I considered, and I didn't because my mom said it was the devil name or son of the devil, and that's why I didn't. Okay. Sorry guys, I have to get some stuff ready for my kids' trip tomorrow. So while I'm in here, I was actually putting this off. I needed to log into this system and print off my own kids. And I haven't because the system is such a pain in the ass. Like, it's constantly freezing. You guys saw how long it took me to pull a couple of them. So, I gotta go back and print another one. J. M. Smith Sr., August 1920. J. M. Smith. What's the M for? Was able to locate a birth certificate of the Damien J. Garcia. Wait a minute. If you found, I'm gonna be mad. Hold on. Damien J. Did we not try J? I swear I've tried J. Email it. Mine's not pulling up. I was able to look at a birth certificate with the group based on Vita's info for Damien J. D-A-E-M-O-N-J-A-Y. That's. I'm not able to pull. I'm trying to search the code. Martian, email it to me if you found it. I've tried J. Michael, maybe. I was able to look at a birth certificate with the court based on Vita's info. She repeated, what's J? But that's Diego's middle name. Are you sure you didn't find Diego? That's Diego's middle name. Ian. Damien Target Ryan. First of his name. We tried that. I'll let it come up. I did read the comment. So if he found it, can you email it to me? William. Ray. Bill. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for the bestie that found it. I recommend BHGO, Chemist Files. I'm looking for my own personal. Ike. Okay, checking my email. Guys, it's already 7:30. I'm taking. By the way, enjoy, because I'm taking tomorrow off. I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. So in summary, we confirmed that Candace's legal name is Smith. She's not your real cousin. Right here. In the chest. It makes sense though, because it wouldn't make sense for her name to be Garcia Sanchez. Okay, y'all, think about this. She's appropriating his name, his story. Bitch wants to be Fidel. Because why would you do that? Why would you do that? It's so unnecessary. Give me my tarjeta digital, damn it. Dale. I don't know, guys. I forget why we went down this rabbit hole, but I think it's fair to say that Candace, first off, well, fuck, wait, piggy toe. Oh, I stepped on this big ass whiteboard. Oh, jeez. Not really hurt, Charlie. Ouch. Hear me out, Cal. Oh, that shit hurts so bad. Ow, Charlie, that really hurt. But you know, the only reason why I kind of doubted was because in that video she made where she showed people, and it makes sense why she crossed it out, where she was trying to stunt that she's been a green card holder, a permanent resident for all this time. She blocked out her last name. Fuck me. Gotta do it again. I'm trying to pull the last birth certificate. I'm trying to pull my kids. Okay, I need my kids. I need it for their trámite tomorrow at the immigration office. And every time I'm almost done, it like times out, or I hate this website. Oh, gee, me dolió, and I hit it right on the pinky. Right on the pinky. She probably has a fake Mexican permanent card. I mean, in her card, like, it does look like a long last name. This is why I thought that maybe she had changed her. Okay, but wait. If her fucking name is Smith, how is she pulling PPP loans under Garcia Sanchez? Can we talk about that for a minute? Her legal name is still Smith. Otherwise, why would her... So who the fuck is Garcia Sanchez? Also, she wrote a letter to a judge claiming her last name was Garcia Sanchez. She signed it Garcia Sanchez. Back from 2017. So that's what was really confusing to me, and I was like, okay, maybe she did change her name. But and maybe that's her alias, but her alias is really so people don't look up her shit. I need her driver's license out of Utah. I'm gonna need her driver's license out of Utah. What the fuck is your name in Utah, Candace? And look, from this side, her legal name is Smith. And if she had a green card, why didn't she show this when she registered her son? Because her son's birth certificate in 2019 says she had a regular status pretty much. So if she showed this to the civil registry office, why would they register the kid's name as Smith, not Garcia Sanchez, if her green card says Garcia Sanchez? This tells me her green card says Smith. But she's presented herself as Garcia Sanchez in the court. I mean, I guess the only court proceeding for Garcia Sanchez is she wrote a letter to the judge for Fidel saying she was his wife, and she signed it Garcia Sanchez. She did pull a PPP loan with Garcia Sanchez. So did she not have to provide evidence that that's her name? Her PPP loans are under Garcia Sanchez. How? If that's not her legal name. Is that just what she named the business? And thinking it wouldn't tie back to her? Martian, the bestie that found the birth certificate, did you email it to me? Can you share it with the class? I feel like tacos today. Oh, it's Thursday. Creo que cierran los jueves. Fuck. Siempre se me antojan tacos when the taqueria closes. Y eso que I made dinner today. Okay, I got what I needed for my kids' trámites tomorrow. Can you register a Mexican birth certificate with a married name? Does it have to be a maiden name? It has to be whatever the mom's last. So Mexico is very strict on how you name your children. They have to take the parents' last names in a specific order up until this year. So Garcia is their first name because that's their paternal last name, that's their dad's. Their maternal last name would be Candace's last name, but she only has one because she's white, so it's Smith. I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, it's messy. I thought Martian found the birth certificate and then he went ghost. Was he fucking with us? Okay, Damien J or some bullshit? Not Damien J, a ver. Let me try one other. They gave me my mom and my grandma's. Yep, because my dad is on my birth certificate. Right. Right. My mom registered me with her maiden name even though she was married. I mean, there's exceptions. A lot of shit happens. try reverse search. We said the date of birth was October 18th. Perhaps it's Donald. Donnie. I think my Martian buddy, I'm doing a reverse lookup. He said he found. Ugh, I hate when I get fixated. I just want to find it. The bestie that said they found the birth certificate with Fidel's info for Damon J. I think he was bullshit. No, there's nothing. I tried it. Nope. Maybe Don. Okay. Maybe Don. 10/18/2024. I got nothing. I got nothing, besties. I'm topped out. And I'm cold. Maybe Don. Maybe Fidel. Damon Fidel. I just think it's crazy. She's popped out 3 boys and hasn't let that man name not one of them. Oh. Shit. Hold on. I put girl. Let me try again. I am not going on a search spree of every white 3-letter middle name. What about Tommy? Damien Tommy? Or Bass? It's gotta be 3 letters. Nada otra vez. I mean, Lee would go good, but it's already the other kid's name. Well, we know that Damon is already a name in honor of the dad. So maybe the middle name is in honor of the mom. Drennan. Another reason why her kids are all D's, well, her dad is a D, and her great grandpa is a D. That's why she named all her kids with a D. Her dad's name is Daryl Smith. The great grandpa is Drennan Seeley. I'm out of white names. Damon Dax. Nothing. This might be the one thing we can't find. Ray. Damon Ray. These kids have some hella white names for being Fidel's kids. De pura suerte que no le salieron morenitos because then these names would not stick. It bugs me so much that we can't find it. I tried Fidel. I think she would let her have the third kid finally to be named after him. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. We gotta take the L, besties. Sometimes we just gotta take the L. Yeah, sometimes we think like we do. Yeah, Corey, we gotta take this L. What's Fidel's grandpa's name? We have no clue about Fidel's family. Didn't you say that Lee is a middle name to a family member and one of their kids? Maybe she reduced it. We already tried it. Lee is mom's middle name. Janet Lee. Look. We do not take L's. No, we do. We do. The reason why I wanted to pull up that birth certificate was to see the comment about the immigration status. Because Diego's birth certificate didn't have one. Why Diego? Good question. Because Diego was the farthest away from being his when he was born. And we know that. I don't think they were together when he was born. Come in. Anyway, so in summary, we pissed off TikTok today. Not people tagging her in my whiteboard videos. Rosa Estrada said, I know one person unfollowing you won't make a difference, but I'm out. Okay. Someone said, lástima que la deportaran si no trabajara del FBI. A ver. Yeah, TikTok got me mad. Really? A timeline? Yeah. No, guys, don't give me no more names. I'm done. I'm done with the names. Yeah, she's been supporting it for a while. Dairy Tiger Hunt knowing she's been here watching all along. Yeah, guys, I'm supposed to be getting ready for HOA meeting, and I've been here with you for 7 hours. Well, 6:30. I always tell people it's not the airport. I need to. I know. I think it's funny. I know it's not gonna make a difference, but I'm following you. Okay, bye. You're right. I am there. Sorry. Sometimes my wire. Something happens. I don't want to hear no more white boy middle names. Okay, no more. No more. Yeah, this was painful. This was painful. I'm out, y'all. I don't think I'll catch you on the flip side tomorrow. Or maybe in the third. No, I won't. I won't be live tomorrow. Sorry, guys. Tomorrow I am off. So you guys have 7 hours to catch up on. Okay, so tomorrow, when you got shit to do and you want to have some background noise, you can rewatch the whole live. Won't see me live until Monday. I have some stuff to take care of between exams, HOA stuff. For those of you that are on the baddies tier, you guys will get a HOA official update next week. You'll get the meeting next week. So if you needed an incentive to upgrade your subscriptions, for those of you that have $2.99 subscriptions, it's a good time to be a $9.99 tier. I'm only going to post the meeting for the $9.99 tier, and it'll be up. No, of course it won't be live. It'll be up sometime next week. Tomorrow I have a lot of just personal stuff I gotta take care of tomorrow. No updates on any grammar request or appeal. I did call in today to check on the Ortiz grammar request, and they just told me it's processing. So, I'm tired. Today was a long one. I'm gonna jump off, have some dinner with my babies, and I gotta come back into the office and prep for HOA. So, good shit, y'all. Good shit. So as a quick recap, we covered her whole family tree. We went through the Facebook group. We organized where everybody goes, who's married to who. we tied her back to Joseph Smith, Brigham Young, the Mormon militia. And yeah, we covered a ton today. So hopefully you guys have some time to rewatch. Thank you to all of you that have supported my live streams. To all of you that sent in tips. Also tomorrow I'm gonna go shop for a new printer tomorrow. To those of you that send in printer money, thank you so much. I want to get a decent one. That one that I have here, I know it's not much, but this one alone was like $200, I think. It's the Epson. It's a good printer. I don't know. I need something. So I think I got like $85 worth of printer funds on Venmo. So tomorrow I have plans to go do some shopping, and I will check out. Printers. Maybe we'll go to Office Max and I'll do a vlog for you guys. Yeah, with those LDS ties, I know she's not a full thorough Catholic like she tries to imply. And I think that's what I was getting at with today's live, is the misrepresentation that she's a full-bred Catholic, a thorough Catholic, right? There's no way with that lineage. I think it's misleading when people ask her about being LDS for her to not acknowledge that she used to be LDS. Not only was she LDS, her roots are deep in the LDS community, whatever, cult, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So, yeah, I don't believe she's Catholic. I don't believe she's baptized. I don't believe she's went through her first communion. I don't believe she did all that shit. I don't. Knowing, based on what I've gotten to know about Candace and her documented lies, I think that's another misrepresentation and way to appropriate the culture, the religion, down to appropriating his name. Her legal name is still Smith. That was another thing that we were able to verify towards the end. Her legal name is Smith. Did you open your store? Not yet. Well, it's open, but I haven't relaunched it because we're working on updating inventory. Maya's helping me with that. So we'll probably launch the store next week. Yeah, so at the top of my list for next week will be the store launch and April giveaways. I'm sorry, we were so bad. I keep saying I'm going to post it and I don't. Store launch, April giveaways. Yeah, let me just get past this weekend. I have exams tomorrow. I have HOA meeting pretty soon, prepping for the HOA meeting. We have the Starby Bears. I don't like to, no, I can't ship glass through the postal service. They're not careful enough. But we're also thinking about putting some Mundial merch on there, the World Cup or whatever, you know. So yeah, Maya's gonna be running the store soon. I'm helping her. We're working together to relaunch it, but it's not yet ready. It's open. There's like 4 cups on there, but we're working on updating our inventory. All right, besties, I'm tapped out. I'm tapped out. As always, thank you so much to all of you that have supported the live stream, that make my time, that pay me for my time on here, that send in for whether it's coffee bucks, whether it's cheeseman bucks, whether it's printer funds, research fees. Thank you so much. I'm gonna drop the tip line before we leave. I'm gonna put up the end screen. I usually leave my end screen rolling for a couple of minutes before I end the live. I hope you guys enjoyed the vibes today. We covered a lot. We even went through history. Like, we learned about certain wars that her family fought in. So we actually did cover some good stuff. You know, I learned some things about the history of Utah and, you know, where her family fought and all that shit that I honestly didn't know. And I grew up in Utah. So I think it was an informative live. There was a point to it, aside, you know, putting her shit together and deep diving. And there always is. It's just you have to be open to the message to get it, you know. TikTok is very upset with us right now. I have been reposting some of the whiteboard replays because I just feel like they're iconic and I need to. So you will see us getting jumped by the candy coat on TikTok. Have fun. Don't take it too serious. My main focus right now is on YouTube, and whatever happens with TikTok will make the odds be ever in our favor. Certain massacres, yes, we covered certain massacres. We covered colonization. We covered, the displacement of the natives in Utah by the Mormon pioneers, the Mormon settlers, the original American colonies, whatever the fuck, all of that. Okay, so you guys have 7 hours worth of replay to catch up on tomorrow. Okay, I will see you guys back on Monday. I'll miss you guys. If I have a little time tomorrow, we'll see, but I honestly kind of doubt it. Okay. Annie Everdeen. What?
At Maria OS 8 and sent $5 cheese Maybucks. Smiling face with hearts emoji. Have a great weekend. Good luck on your exams.
Thank you so much, Maria. I have 3 exams left for tomorrow, and we'll see how they go. I haven't studied, which is why I have to hop off so I can eat, refresh, and I got to come back in here and then study a little bit. So have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Let me get my end screen ready to go, and I will catch you guys on the flip side.